The City of Boynton Beach Commission meeting today, Tuesday, March 16, 2020 at 5:31 p.m. will commence. Yuri, would you please provide us with an introduction?
Hello and welcome. My name is Yuri Konikov, and I will be providing assistance to the mayor and elected officials during today's meeting. Before we start, I'd like to review a few housekeeping items so the public audience knows how to participate. Your microphones have been muted to reduce background noise during this public meeting. There will be specific times during this meeting when members of the public can participate by using the GoToWebinar interface. The first way is by typing their question into the questions section at the bottom of the interface. Those items will be read into the record by a meeting organizer at the appropriate time. The second way is by clicking on the raise hand icon, indicating that they wish to speak. A meeting organizer will announce the speaker at the appropriate time and unmute their audio, at which time the speaker should state their name for the record. The speaker should minimize any sources of background noise and speak clearly into their device during their allotted time. I will now turn control over to Mayor Stephen Grant, who will be presiding over today's meeting.
Thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Grant,
Present.
Vice Mayor Penserga,
Present.
Commissioner Katz,
Here.
Commissioner Hay,
Yeah.
Commissioner Romulus.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. I would like everyone to please rise for invocation by Pastor Ray Whiteley of the New Disciples Worship Center, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Vice Mayor Penserga.
Surround them with people from all walks of life and many cultures. Bring to them people of high moral character.
The green light on. Microphone. Microphone's green light. Start over.
Father God, the giver of life, health, and strength, we thank you for who you are and who you are to us. We thank you for the opportunity to serve you and your people, especially on this platform. Father God, just as you gave wisdom to Moses, Solomon, and all of the great leaders, we ask that you bless and empower with wisdom to the leaders here tonight. Surround them with people from all walks of life and culture. Bring to them people of high moral character and people who are rich in spiritual knowledge. We ask that you speak through them tonight, and their voices will only reflect your love. Inspire them for continued service and remind them that you are always with them. God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, keep us forever in your path. We pray, amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to agenda approval. Any additions, deletions, or corrections?
None for me, Mayor.
All right. And I did want to say that I spoke to the property owners of the Knuth property, and they were in favor of moving forward with the city's proposal for suburban mixed use land use. I want to speak to, I guess, Jim, is that possible to put on today's agenda because it was not denied at last meeting?
No, you cannot add it to tonight's agenda. You could put it on a future agenda.
So we can put it on for the April 6th meeting?
Yes, Mayor, it's also my understanding that the representative, the owner of the property, had intended to communicate, I think, in writing to the members of the city commission on the same subject matter. So you might want to allow sufficient time for that communication to come in and be made part of the backup on the agenda. I don't know if there's enough time. I think we have an extra week this month, so that should do it, but you would want that in the backup for certain.
Okay, yeah, they just walked into chambers. And so should we do it now for additions, deletions, and corrections to put on future agenda for next meeting? Or do we need to wait for next meeting to put it on?
You could put it on now for the next meeting as a discussion item.
To bring back?
Yes.
So we can't bring it on a discussion item now to bring it for the next meeting?
You can't add back on the item that was on the last agenda on future agenda. You could discuss,
Okay.
you could see what you want to discuss, and that's why I suggest you might want to see what the property owner has to say in writing as opposed to communicated to one or two or three of you.
Okay, then I'll ask the commission, are you okay with having a discussion tonight regarding the Knuth property as the property owners are here at this meeting?
Mayor,
Yes.
I'm in favor of having that discussion today. I do want to hear from those property owners, and I do see that they are in the room. But for legal reasons, as Mr. Sheriff said, if that's the preferred route to have the input today, but move on the action next meeting, I'm fine with that as well.
Okay, so I'd like to put it on for, is it Jim? I can put it on for new business to have a discussion to put it on for next meeting.
If that question is directed to me, that would be for the commission too, if you're prepared to do that tonight. But remember, it will not be an action item tonight. It will simply be to move it forward at the next meeting.
That's what I'm hoping for.
Yes.
Mayor.
Not an action. So it would be a item 11A, new business discussion of the future land use of the Knuth property.
Mayor.
Yes.
I don't have a problem with that. I haven't gotten a chance. It works out for me because I haven't gotten a chance to speak to the individuals, although they have reached out, and I'm in process of setting up a time
Okay.
for that.
And the other new business item that I'd like to bring up is the American Rescue Plan. I don't know if the rest of the commission has received any communications from our representative Frankel, but the city is supposed to get 14.9 million, which includes half of that within the next 30 days and the other half at 12 months. I'd like to propose for discussion tonight to have a budget workshop specifically for the American Rescue Plan for the 5th Tuesday of this month, so that we can inform the public of what we know now and hear from them with how to best spend the money, because this is pretty much the first time this has ever happened in our government's history that municipalities have had direct funding from the federal government
Mayor.
proactively, not necessarily reactively, even though
Right.
it's a year after COVID started.
Mayor?
Yeah.
I support your recommendation. I do want to disclose to the commission that I will be attending the webinar or Zoom event by Congresswoman Lois Frankel tomorrow afternoon, if I'm not mistaken. And later this week, there will be a National League of Cities conference call to discuss exactly this topic. So after I've had those, I'll be more informed. They'll be better be able to contribute to the conversation. So yes, a public workshop would be appropriate.
Mayor.
Yes.
I would not support that at this time, just because I don't think anyone, the staff hasn't received enough information, or I just feel like it's premature because we don't have enough information. I know there's some webinars coming up from some elected officials at the federal level, but to me, that's politics versus actual policy guidance and input from the League of Cities or National League of Cities. I know I won't be in a position to want to make any decisions in the next 3 weeks, and I wouldn't want to ask people what they want to do before we know what might be recommended or might be advisable. I'm eager to get the money out in a way that benefits the community, but I don't want to rush it out and just based on people's people's desires versus what would be economically most beneficial. That's just my 2 cents.
Mayor?
Mayor?
Yes. Commissioner Romulus, then Commissioner Hay.
Thank you. I would echo the sentiments of Commissioner Katz, simply just to allow for the dust to settle. We're going to get the money anyway, and we don't have to necessarily rush the process of allocating it. I think let's kind of see some directions from League of Cities and others. And I would say perhaps the second meeting in April, we can have a workshop prior to our commission meeting, and really that would give enough time for staff to kind of get directions and kind of really see where everything is going, and also get a more clear direction from the federal government if there are certain stipulations to the way that the funding will happen. And then that would allow for us to know exactly how to allocate those funds. So that would be my suggestion to this conversation. Thank you.
And I'm sorry for miscommunicating what I'm requesting. I'm requesting, staff's time to have a virtual meeting to hear from the public of what they need. I'm not stating anything that we're doing with this. I'm just saying that this may take a good amount of time to hear from the public, because nonprofits are included within the American Rescue Plan. And I feel that if we try to do this at a regular city commission meeting, it's kind of take too much. So similar to what the city did with the Eco Park, I'd like to host a workshop to hear from the public. If nobody shows up, it's going to be over very quickly. However, if we have 10, 20 people showing up, where I believe that we will, it's going to take a while, and we normally take a while. So my question is to have this discussion, to have the workshop at new business. So are we able to discuss this later at the agenda?
I'm fine with that, Mayor.
Mayor,
Yeah.
let me just state my input since everyone else has.
Yeah.
I'm in complete agreement with Commissioner Cat and Commissioner Romulus. I do want to have staff and input before we move forward. I understand now a little bit clearer what you're saying, but I just want to make sure that we don't make any decisions too quickly. I think that we have, I think it was Commissioner Romulus said that we're going to get the money. So we need to approach this in a way that we are making the best choice for our city. So I just want to make sure that our staff give us input so that we can be thinking along those lines, and then get input from the community. And then we have a workshop as far as what direction we want to go in.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for letting me know, and we will not have that discussion tonight.
Mayor?
Yeah.
I have a question for staff. Does staff have any indication as to when they would be provided that information, those details?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. We've put an internal work group together to one, read numerous documents that are coming to us on the daily basis of what the magnitude of the funding of just this program, the American Rescue Program. That's the first plan. We also were notified today of an earmark program that will also open up tremendous opportunities for us to apply for a variety of projects. So that all that takes it just takes time for us to be able to sit down and dig into the information. So what I'm thinking, if we can have the opportunity to kind of review what we have, we're going to be attending at least 3 that I know of now, seminars and workshops on what we can do with the money, is to report back to you at the first meeting in April. I think we'll have a much better idea of where we're headed and what restrictions we'll work under, when the money comes, but we have till 2024 to spend it. So we have time to figure out what we want to do and be thoughtful about it. But we would be prepared to bring something to you at the April 6th meeting if you would like, just to kind of lay out a framework. I hear what your interest is, so maybe let us put some recommendations together for you.
All right, thank you for that information.
Yes.
Bottom line is April 6th, we will know more as to what the parameters are of the program and how we can proceed forward.
Right.
All right, sounds good. Okay.
And if there's no other additions, deletions, or corrections, may I have a motion to approve as amended?
Motion to approve as amended.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Informational items by members of the commission. Commissioner Katz, do you have anything to disclose?
No, nothing to disclose at this time. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Hay?
No real disclosures, but I would like to say I enjoyed the kinetic art exhibit that we had on March 6th and 7th. It was well done under the COVID-19 restraints that we had. I also like to talk about the Saturday on the 13th here at the City Hall. We had the next level entrepreneurship workshop, well attended, tremendous speakers, and the information was very, very helpful to those who were in attendance as well as those who were virtual. I would like to say happy St. Patrick's Day to everybody tomorrow, and my body is still trying to get adjusted to this daylight saving time. That's it. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you. Commissioner Romulus, do you have anything to disclose?
I have no disclosures, but I would definitely 100,000% echo Commissioner Hayes' comments about daylight savings time. I think the older we get, the harder we feel the effects of this whole back and forth thing. And I'm seeing more and more people comment about sending a bill up to Washington to get Florida to get off this thing. And I would co-sign that bill in a hot second. So
So would
that's
I.
all I wanted to add to that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Vice Mayor, do you have anything to disclose?
Just one item, Mayor. I did speak with Joy and Sherry, the property owners of, I hope I remember their names correctly, the property owners of the Knuth item that we were just talking about this morning. So, but that's it for my disclosures.
Thank you very much. As for myself, on March 3rd, I attended the Suits for Seniors Golf and Give charity event. I believe they were able to raise over $30,000. And one of the benefits that we had is I met with employees from CareerSource, and we are working together with our library staff to have a 1 day a week person from CareerSource in our library to help with our residents get jobs for the future. So I believe sometime in April that program will start. On the 4th, I attended the mayor's meeting with Lois Frankel, and she is stating that it is a wonderful piece of legislation. My only caveat is that the federal government has no way of paying it back. And so with myself and with I mentioned to her that she just recently had a new grandchild. I'm like, is that the responsibility of all of our children and grandchildren now to be paying off the federal debt? On the Kinetic Art Fair, I think I'd like to give kudos to Glenn Weiss, the Arts Commission, Valerie. They had a great event. It was amazing, and I'm so excited for everyone to see the movable horse. I don't remember the name, right out in front of our Arts and Cultural Center. That was a piece that was in Burning Man over in Arizona. So this is something that is internationally known coming to Boynton Beach. On the 8th, 9th, and 10th, I attended the National League of Cities City Conference and attended their Hill Day. I spoke with Senator Scott, representatives from Alcee Hastings, and again with Lois Frankel. And I think that we need to have a little bit better, not just with the earmarks, but there are so many federal programs that are available that we may be missing out on. I know that we don't necessarily have a housing authority here in Boynton Beach. And so that's, huge sums of money that we're missing out on. I received a letter from the Department of Housing and Urban Development that our CDBG funding is going to be around $500,000, but there's about 4 or 5 other categories that we're receiving $0. In addition, we are able to provide a subsidized loan to our residents to help with housing. So these are things that I think we need to look at along with the American Rescue Plan. On the 10th, I spoke to the CDC's farther outreach with the sisters organizing sisters to read the proclamation for National Women's AIDS and HIV Awareness Day. And one of the things I did want to mention to you, Vice Mayor, is that it's Congresswoman, not Congressman. And
I thought I said Congresswoman, I apologize.
and so, or representative is the gender neutral term. And so that's something that former Deputy Chief Fire Clemens says, that we don't have firemen and police men in this city. We have police officers and firefighters, and especially with Women's History Month, we want to make sure that we recognize all the people in our country. On the 13th, I attended the Soup Kitchen's free pet vaccine event with Justin Bartlett, and they were looking for more locations. So I forward that information to our staff. So hopefully we can have free pet vaccination for our residents. And also, I forgot to mention on the 11th, working with the Chevy DTV Foundation and their Screens for Success campaign, increasing digital equity and awareness, we were able to give out 5 laptops and desktops to the community to help bridge the gap of the digital divide. We do have more, they have more laptops, desktops, and smartphones to provide to our residents. And so all they need to go to, I believe, is the ChevyDTFoundation.org website. And that is it for my disclosures for this meeting. Is there any further informational items? Oh, and I did speak with Joy and Sherry as well this morning. Seeing none, we will move on to the announcements. Our first announcement is from a presentation from South Florida Water Management District on year-round irrigation ordinance presenter Robert Wanvis-Strout.
Good evening. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, very nice. Thank you. First, let me please thank the commission for having me here today. It's an honor and a privilege whenever I get the opportunity to speak directly to the public and our elected officials. So I thank you all for this opportunity. I'm going to be speaking today about a governing board initiative of the South Florida Water Management District, which is the local adoption of year-round irrigation ordinances. Next slide, Alan. And if you can hit it again, Alan. Advance one more time. Yeah. So what this slide is showing you is that our plants' needs for water are not uniform throughout the year. They have a lot of water for a lot of the time, but there's certain months and certain weeks where it gets a little hot and a little dry beyond their capacity from what they receive from rainfall. So therefore, irrigation systems are typically required for the types of lawns and landscapes that we've been accustomed to. So in order to accommodate those types of landscapes, irrigation systems are now fairly ubiquitous across South Florida. Next slide. Actually, on the last slide, just one more note on that. If you were to notice it, really the amount of irrigation system, the irrigation water that we're applying to our landscapes and lawns is really not very much more than what the natural landscape needs. It's often a matter of timing, but we get plenty of rain in South Florida. It's just not nice and even. So irrigation systems should only be looked at as a supplement to rainfall. Thank you, Alan. One more time, Pat. So if we look at what our public water supply utilities are producing, more than half of the potable water is often used by residents for landscape irrigation. And this has been seen in many different studies over many different years. It's not a phenomenon that's singled out just here in Florida. However, because we have so many irrigation systems and because we have such an extreme environment, the opportunity to save water is probably highest here because water, we use so much of it on our landscapes. Next slide. And unfortunately, as much as half of this water, and this is from the EPA's Water Sense program, this visual, this graphic, as much as half of that water that we apply is lost or wasted by inefficient methods and inefficient irrigation systems. Next slide. So this is why the South Florida Management District implemented the year-round irrigation rule back in 2010. Its aim is to target the largest portion of urban water use. And it was originally envisioned that local governments would help implement this rule, this conservation measure, with the adoption of local ordinances. Next slide. So what this does is it provides a framework for consistent implementation to ensure we have our water resources into the future. It's meant to limit the waste and increase the efficiency of the water that we use on our irrigation systems or by our irrigation systems. Next slide. Essentially what it does is it narrows irrigation, limiting it to just 2 days per week based on your address, and not during the hottest parts of the day, which would be between 10 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon. It's so hot, if you were to irrigate during that time, a lot of it would just evaporate up and you'd lose it. But there's plenty of exceptions in there and provisions for new landscaping and fertilizing and doing maintenance issues and things like that. Those are built into the rule and in the ordinances that we've seen as well. Next slide. To be clear, it only applies to landscape irrigation, not to athletic play fields. Like that would include a horse arena or ball fields in public places and so on. It does not cover agriculture or nurseries in any way, and it is applicable to all water sources, whether that's your potable system, a well, or a canal. The only thing that is not covered by this is reclaimed water. That you can use anytime. Next slide. So here's what it looks like if you were to look at it on a calendar. If your address ends with an odd number, your irrigation days would be Wednesday and Saturday. And if your if your address number ends with an even, you are irrigating on Thursdays and Sundays, but not during the hot part of the day. Next slide. So what we were hoping was that all the local governments would adopt the same type of ordinance everywhere so that it was consistently applied everywhere in the South Florida Water Management District. And again, this entire effort is to ensure safe and reliable water resources for the future. And the truth of the matter is that the Water Management District covers 16 counties, and it just does not have the staff to implement this rule all by itself. And so this is why the section .301 was written into the rule, which is the local government option to adopt their own rule, their own ordinance, excuse me. Next slide. So here's what it looks like. If we were to break it down into its most basic elements, an ordinance should have when days that are either allowed or not allowed stated, and the hours, and then the exceptions and exemptions. And those would include things like hand watering with a hose that you could do anytime. Some of the other things I mentioned earlier about watering and fertilizers or doing maintenance on irrigation systems and so on. Those should all be stated in the ordinance. And then it should contain compliance and enforcement provisions in the ordinance. And some localities like to put a penalty on there. That's not something that we get involved with, the Water Management District, but the compliance and enforcement part is the second element. And the final element would be some sort of variance, provision to cover variances for people who can't meet the prescribed days and times. And that would, an example of that would be, for example, if a church or a synagogue just so happen to have their irrigation day land on the day that they're supposed to be irrigating, they could provide some sort of documentation to say, look, this is our address. This is our day based on our address. We'd like to move it. And so those types of things, there's some flexibility built into the ordinance for those types of situations. Next slide. And to help local governments adopt these rules, the Water Management District developed a model for ordinance and a model for code. And these are available on our website for download. And the web address is there, but I can always communicate back with folks at the utility or the city to provide that web link in an email. Next slide, please. So the district is committed to helping local governments on this by reviewing any draft ordinances that you may develop and providing feedback on those things and providing my presence as I am today here with you all. And a big part of it is partnering in water conservation education and outreach to the residents and businesses. And we have developed some digital assets that our partners can use, and the city of Boynton Beach would be a potential partner in this, free of charge. And those are things like a door hanger that says, you know, for example, hey, you were irrigating on the wrong day. Hello, neighbor. Just so you know, we have a new restriction here. Blah blah blah, that kind of thing. And then flyers and stuff like that. And they're customizable, so the city's logo would be on it. But these are available for free. Next slide, please. So I want to just kind of wrap everything up I just said in two quick little slides. This rule was adopted in 2010, so we're more than a decade into it. And the district was hoping that this would be picked up and adopted by the local governments, but we just haven't seen the adoption level that we were hoping to see. And so this is why the governing board said, well, if we haven't seen that and we're 10 years in, it's enough time. Let's see if we can reach out to our local governments and have them adopt this into local ordinances from our general rule. And so we're hoping that the local governments will see this as an opportunity to demonstrate to your residents your ownership and commitment, not only to the ordinance and the rule, but to monitoring and to preserving our natural resources, and in this case, water particularly. Next slide. And as I said earlier, we just don't, the district does not have enough staff to implement this rule on its own. I would like it to be extra clear that enforcement is really not the main point of this effort. It's education. That's the main focus of this. Again, we can't reach all of the constituents in the same way that you can. And I don't think many people even know who the South Florida Water Management is. My parents didn't know what they'd never heard of the South Florida Water Management District except something on their tax bill that they just sort of breezed over. We think the city has a much closer relationship with its residents, and this is where we feel that you guys can be a lot more effective in educating the citizens, much more so than we do. And my personal feeling is that most people want to do the right thing. Most people want to protect their local resources. I just don't know if they realize how actions that they do, something like irrigating their lawns, really has an effect in the cumulative on the security and sustainability of those resources into the future. And this is where we can work with each other and help each other get that understanding into that population. So the last point I want to make is that the district has had funding for local governments to engage in water conservation projects, and that has been recurring. I think in the entire time I've been at the district, there was 1 year where we didn't get that money. So as long as that funding is available, the city of Boynton Beach is more than welcome to apply for cost share funding to do something that could help their residents do. I'll just give you one example. Giving rebates or even free smart irrigation controllers, which irrigate according to the weather. irrigation evaluations, things like that. So we are here, we're not just putting this effort onto you all, we really see this as a partnership, and we're willing to put money towards this so long as that funding is available. I think that's my last slide. My contact information is on the final slide, and I welcome you to all take that down. Alan, you can advance. So that's me on the left. Laura Corey is our supervisor, our regional representative for Palm Beach County. Our contact information is there before you, and I can stay here and answer any questions if anyone has any.
Thank you, Robert. I'll open up to the commission. Any questions? Yes. On. Is my mic on? All right, Mayor. So I have a question for staff. And first of all, thank you, Robert, for that presentation. Similarly to our conversation with the polystyrene ordinance, what exactly will it look like in terms of, I know this is an education campaign, but are we sending out mailers to HOAs and then we have code enforcement check in, and what does that look like? Are they getting, what are they getting? How are we going to actually carry this out?
Andrew Mack, Interim Assistant City Manager. So this will be similar to how we rolled out the mandatory service charge program. We'll do a series of warning over a month or two or 90 days, depending on what makes sense. Obviously, the more education and outreach we can do up front and less enforcement. There is an enforcement component. We do have a proposed ordinance on the agenda for it's later on in the meeting, which we can discuss some of the specifics, but just kind of broad overview. There is an enforcement aspect to the ordinance as well. As Lori mentioned, that we're more likely to do the education and try to work with people to educate them on why we have the ordinance. So, but in reality, if we do have a person that is just not going to get with the program, we do have the mechanism to enforce it, to find them and start going after them that way.
All right. So, I mean, when the time comes in the agenda, then
yes,
I'd like
absolutely.
to dig into that.
Yeah, Joe.
So far, I heard you say 90-day period.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and Joe will go a little bit deeper into that when he does his presentation.
All right. Wonderful. Thank you. And I mean, my question is, I don't know if you have this off the top. How many municipalities do have the year-round irrigation ordinance in the 16 counties?
So at this time, we have 41 that have adopted that has all of those three elements in place. What we've come to see is that over the past 10 years, a lot of the municipalities had taken a shot at this, but their ordinance was somewhat incomplete or somehow wrong. And so I'm giving you that number 41 to say that's the full total of everyone that's got it squared away 100%. There are plenty of others that have something on the books. There were plenty that did not have anything on the books. And there are a number of them that we are actively working with, sending back and forth drafts to refine it. I think about another 26 or so actively working back and forth with us on draft versions of a draft.
All right. And I'm also looking at a paper from the South Florida Water Management District called Just the Facts, and they do allow for a 3-day-a-week watering option.
So the
Is that correct?
Yeah, the 3-day watering option was initially put into place because there was some concern back in 2010 that some utilities were not going to be able to handle limiting the irrigation to only those days. And I think that was part of the reason why the district wasn't such a stickler on pushing to have this. They wanted to give the utilities a chance to develop and get up and ready for that. Now, the funny thing about that is those utilities that were the most vocal back in 2010 and 2009 to have that third day were located in Broward and Miami-Dade counties. And what happened in 2010 was both Miami-Dade and Broward immediately adopted 2-day ordinances, and they haven't had any difficulty implementing it. The reason that we're, and so I don't feel that urging and encouraging the 2-day option over the 3 is out of line or out of hand or anything like that. It seems to be implemented just fine in those places that have done that.
Okay. Yeah, because you don't mention a time associated with the irrigation. So, it doesn't make sense if we allow people to only do it 2 or 3 days if they're doing it for 3 or 4 times as long and really drenching, using that much. I'm aware that sea level rise, especially us being a coastal community, you have saltwater intrusion is one of the major factors of not pulling up fresh water from the wells, because once a well has saltwater intrusion, it is done. We do
You're
not
correct.
get that well back. And that's kind of where Boynton Beach is pulling up water from our western locations. We had that huge project on Wilbright so that we could transfer well water to our eastern plant instead of trying to build a new plant in the western part of Boynton Beach. Part of my other issues that I have with the South Florida Water Management District, I don't necessarily know if this is the right time, but I have your contact information. I'll contact you later about this. One is, what is the South Florida Water Management District doing about septic tanks and excess human nutrients in the water? If there's any programs to get from septic to sewer. In addition, we have, I believe the Boynton Canal or the C. Stanley Weaver Canal is considered under your jurisdiction. Do you know if that's correct?
I do not know. That's just outside my purview.
Okay. And so I have heard from our residents that there is the overflow from the canal to the intercoastal. They'd like to put up some landscaping around one of your buildings. However, they've been routinely denied. So I'm going to contact you, or I guess Laura, to see what we can do to work out, improving that location so that the neighborhood appreciates what the South Florida Water Management District does. In addition, I think we're going to be working with you to hopefully get a paved driveway or path to our rolling green site.
Okay.
So I'm looking forward to working with the South Florida Water Management District. I understand, I think, for me, it's something that I rather try to start slower with 3-day a week to letting people know that there's certain days you can't do it. And then move to a 2-day a week. And then also, when was the last time that there was a severe drought that we had to have irrigation restrictions?
Last summer in Lee County.
Okay.
In 2020. Just to make 1 or 2 points, if I may.
Yeah.
You are correct to say that this is not the full fail-safe. There will be some people that will try to irrigate longer and things like that. However, having an ordinance like this in the first place is the first step to the more general awareness of what's going on. And I would caution you all to really consider not implementing a 3-day rule first, but maybe extending your education period longer than 90 days perhaps, because what will end up happening, as we've seen in the past, is that the patchwork just confuses the residents. And not even if people move. I mean, if people move, that's certainly going to be confusing. But when you have something going on, in a few blocks away, and then a completely different thing going on that governs my same exact activity, it kind of goes it can get a little haywire. And having a consistency really helps, especially if the city wanted to band together with other localities or the county and kind of have a larger campaign. So there's really good reasons associated with the educational benefits of going directly to where you want to go in the endpoint of the 2 days.
Thank you. I'll ask the rest of the commission, is there any other comments you have? All right, thank you so much, Robert. We'll move on to the proclamation. So the proclamation recognizing April 2021 as Water Conservation Month for the city of Boynton Beach. To accept the proclamation, we have Laura Corey. City of Boynton Beach proclamation. Whereas water is a basic and essential need of every living creature. And whereas the state of Florida water management districts in the city of Boynton Beach are working together to increase awareness about the importance of water conservation. And whereas the Florida section of the American Water Works Association has designated April, typically a dry month when water demands are most acute, Florida's Water Conservation Month to educate citizens about how they can help save Florida's precious water resources. And whereas the city of Boynton Beach has always encouraged and supported water conservation through various education programs and special events. And whereas every business, industry, school, and citizen can make a difference when it comes to conserving water. And whereas every business, industry, school, and citizen can help by saving water and thus promote a healthy economy and community. And now, therefore, I, Stephen B. Grant, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Boynton Beach, Florida, hereby proclaim April 2021 as Water Conservation Month. In the state of Florida, the city of Boynton Beach is calling upon each citizen and business to help protect our precious resource by practicing water safety measures and becoming more aware of the need to save water. And Laura, you have the floor if you have any comments.
Thank you so much, Mayor Grant. We really appreciate it. We know that the city of Boynton Beach has been a wonderful partner in doing this every year with the South Florida Water Management District for many, many, many years. We know that you do promote water conservation, and you've been wonderful at that with the entire commission and your staff, and we greatly appreciate it. Like Robert said, he's here to answer any of those questions, or myself. You know how to call me if you have any questions on the issue with the ordinance. But again, we want to thank the city so much for being great conservators of the water resource, which is finite. So we appreciate it very much.
Well, our pleasure, Laura, and thank you. I understand. The water is everything, is something that every living thing needs. And so I know it's a little bit early, but I want to let the public know that we are moving forward with the Weiland Foundation's Mayor's Challenge. And I believe that we'll have more information about that coming up, but it is an opportunity for our residents to take a pledge to help conserve water.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much.
All right. And if there's no other comments from the commission, we will proclaim our next announcement of proclamation recognizing March 21st, 2021 as World Down Syndrome Day in Boynton Beach. Ann Deschel, Executive Director of the Gold Coast Down Syndrome Organization in Boynton Beach, will accept the proclamation. City of Boynton Beach proclamation. Whereas 1 in every 700 babies is born with Down syndrome, representing approximately 6,000 births per year in the United States. And whereas the National Down Syndrome Society, the leading human rights organization for all individuals with Down syndrome, envisions a world in which all people with Down syndrome have the opportunity to enhance their quality of life, realize their life aspirations, and become valued members of welcoming communities. And whereas recent advancements in Down syndrome research have proven that early intervention, education, social support, therapeutic care, and positive public attitudes improve each individual's chances of living in an independent, productive, and satisfying life. And whereas individuals with Down syndrome would have equal opportunity to achieve the universal desired goals of self-fulfillment, pride in their achievements, inclusion in their community, and reach their fullest potential. Now, therefore, I, Stephen B. Grant, Mayor of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, hereby proclaim the 21st day of March, 2021 as World Down Syndrome Day. Thank you. And Ann, are you on the floor? And it says you're self-muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Mayor Grant, and thank you, members of the City Commission. On behalf of my organization, the Gold Coast Down Syndrome Organization, I would like to thank you all, the City of Boynton Beach government, your amazing staff, most especially Debbie Majors, for your support of our efforts to build a more inclusive world, not just for people with Down syndrome, but for everyone. When we came to Boynton Beach 9 years ago, we never, ever could have dreamt that the city would be such an incredible partner to our work on behalf of inclusion. So I would like to say thank you, and I would like to say you and the city are awesome. So thanks.
Thank you. And, I'd also like to recognize Zach Gotteskin, who won Distinguished Leader from the Education Foundation, another Boynton Beach nonprofit, for his work, what he's done. And I encourage everyone to see The Peanut Butter Falcon if you have not done so already. It's an amazing movie. And I remember when I saw Zach act at the Boynton Beach Short Film Festival, and just so happy to see his talents has shown on the big screen. And so I look forward to his next work.
And I would just like quickly to say, Zach has been a member of our organization since he was basically a kid. And so we're so proud. We're proud of our small part in helping him to develop his talents, to be included in the school district here in Palm Beach, which was a big deal back then for him to go to Dreyfus. And he's just an example of what people can do with Down syndrome. And there you have it. So good evening, everyone. Thank you.
And next, we're going to proclaim March 2021 as Women's History Month. City of Boynton Beach Proclamation. Whereas,
Mayor?
Yes.
If I may, can I read this proclamation?
Absolutely. You're more than
Being
welcome.
the resident woman on the commission, thank you very much. City of Boynton Beach Proclamation. Whereas American women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of our nation in countless recorded and unrecorded ways, and served as early leaders in the forefront of every major progressive social change movement, and served courageously in the military. And whereas American women have played and continue to play a critical economic, cultural, and social role in every sphere of life in the nation by constituting a significant portion of the labor force working inside and outside of the home, and American women have played a unique role throughout the history of the nation by providing the majority of the volunteer labor force of the nation. And whereas American women have been leaders not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also in the abolitionist movement, the emancipation movement, the industrial labor movement, the civil rights movement, and other movements, especially the peace movements, which created a more fair and just society for all. And whereas despite these contributions, the role of American women in history has been consistently overlooked and undervalued in the literature, teaching, and study of American history. And I would add, but no longer. Now, therefore, I, Christina Romulus, City Commissioner of City of Boynton Beach, do hereby proclaim the month of March 2021 as Women's History Month. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. And next, we have announcement of Best Buddy Friendship Walk on April 24th, 2021. Citizens Adult Friendship Program and High School to Jobs Transition Program. Macy Ramirez, the Community Engagement Manager, will make the announcement.
Hi, my name is Macy Ramirez. I'm a program manager at Best Buddies in Palm Beach. Thank you so much for having me today. For those of you who don't know, Best Buddies is an international nonprofit serving our peers with intellectual and developmental disabilities through friendship, leadership, integrated employment, and inclusive living opportunities. Our local office serves all of Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast and is excited to have launched a new program to connect our mission pillars more seamlessly, and that is our transition program that connects our school participants and graduating seniors to our jobs program by informing families of their post-graduation options and connecting them with pre-employment training and job readiness skills. And as mentioned, we have our Friendship Walk that celebrates a year of friendship and inclusion annually, and it also helps us raise awareness and funding for our programs. This year, since everything is a little bit strange in the world still, it will be a socially distanced caravan on April 24th at Fit Team Ballpark of the Palm Beaches, and it will be accompanied by a virtual live stream option for those who are not comfortable coming out yet. It costs nothing to register, and it is a great event for all friends and family to join to feel the power of inclusion. You can register at www.bestbuddiesfriendshipwalk.org/Palm Beach. And if you raise $50, you get an awesome walk t-shirt as well. And lastly, we have our Citizens Adult Friendship Program, where we make one-to-one friendship matches between people with and without disabilities from 18 years old all the way until the elderly age. Anyone can join this program by connecting with me. And the most simple and impactful ways to support our work include joining the Friendship Walk and spreading the word, as well as referring people to us so that more of our peers with intellectual and developmental disabilities can be served and included at no cost. Our one-to-one friendship matches exist for all ages. Our jobs program provides competitive, integrated employment opportunities, and our leadership program empowers people with and without disabilities to advocate for themselves and their community. So please feel free to contact with me or share my contact information. It's my first and last name at bestbuddies.org. My first and last name are both spelled a little bit strange, so that's MAICIE. Ramirez is RAMIREZ at bestbuddies.org. And thank you so much to the city for your support of Best Buddies. And thank you for having me again.
Thank you, Macy. And I received an email challenging all of the other mayors to be a part of the Best Buddies walk, Best Buddies Friendship Walk on April 24th. So I will definitely be doing my job to raise awareness of that. And thank you for the information. And if there are no other comments, we'll move on to public audience. Oh, and there was one other thing that I wanted to announce. The city is currently in our Let's Move campaign with Palm Healthcare. And so for today, I ended up riding my bike to work. And so that is why my hair is a little messy. I was wearing a bike helmet on the way here.
I love it. Good stuff. Send in a video, please.
Okay, will do.
You should do that. There you go.
So now public audience, individual speakers will be limited to 3-minute presentations. Please state your name and address for the record. Please hit the green button. Yeah, hit the push button to make sure.
There it is. Check, check. Hello. I want to say hello to everyone and start off by saying Commissioner Hay is looking very distinguished today, and our city manager, Miss Laura, is looking beautiful as ever, always. But yeah, so I'm Daryl Sanders, 2001, Northwest 2nd Street, Boynton Beach, Florida, 33435. I am the founder and president of Chevy DTV Foundation. As the mayor stated, we have our Screens for Success program started here in Boynton Beach, which is increasing digital equity and awareness. We call it NIDEA, which is our acronym. We had an opportunity last week to give away 5 computers, which were 3 laptops and 2 desktops to families here in Boynton Beach, Florida. I've actually had the privilege of providing them with technical assistance to get their computers up and running and get them started on their way. They're very happy. We also have more laptops, tablets, and computers to give. I am here today to ask the city of Boynton to help us market this program so we can have a more diverse audience of people that can get a chance to get these computers. Because if I share it on my social media, of course, who sees it. So we want everyone to have an opportunity to get these laptops, these computers. So we're just asking for their assistance with marketing, maybe on the city website, or put it in our mail inserts with the water bill, or even door hangers, whatever we can do to let the community know we have computers and we want to get everybody connected to the internet and have internet access. Also, we're asking for $250 of community funds so that we can also, because sometimes we get the computers, they might not have a keyboard, they might be missing a mouse or a webcam, so we need funds to help just get those small peripherals that can complete the whole setup of what we're getting donated. So I'm asking Commissioner Hay for that $250. And I would also like to donate this headset here that we got to the City of Boynton's library, which I think it will make a very, it's a headset, a virtual headset that the students or kids can put on, and they can actually upload like educational videos on it, and it could be like a station in the Boynton Library. So we want to donate, it's brand new, and they can have this set up in the Boynton Library. I know with COVID, might be slow motion with using it. They would have to clean it after every use and sanitize it and stuff, but it's amazing. It puts you inside of a movie theater. It's actually 3D, so they can upload 3D movies on it as well for the kids. So we're gonna donate that to City of Boynton Library. And also, is my time up?
Time's up. But so I want to thank you again for coming here. The donation, I'm excited to try it out. And so one of the things that the commission provided the Chevy DTV Foundation with community support funds before, and you were able to get your background check,
right,
because you're also looking for assistance with people with old computers, laptops,
right,
desktops, smartphones to donate.
Right.
And you will able to clean that for them. But if they'd like to take some of the pictures or the files, you charge there's a fee associated with that. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
So
so if they would like to donate, they could just visit our website at www.chevydtvfoundationinc.org/screens for success. And you can fill out the form to donate or receive a device. Thank you.
Commissioner Hay?
Yes, Darrell,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Sanders, I'd like to make that $300 from my discretionary funds. And Laura, if you could make that happen, I would appreciate it.
Thank you. Also, thank you to Miss Laura, Miss Chelsea, and Miss Eleanor on the marketing team. They're doing a great job assisting me with the Juneteenth festival we're planning that's coming up. And Miss Laura, I was going to ask you for that $5,000, please, that we discussed earlier. Thank you. You guys have a great evening.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders.
Mayor,
Yes, Commissioner Romulus.
I would add $200 of my funds as well to bring it up to an even 500, or I guess an odd 500. But yes.
He says thank you from the audience. And
Mayor?
yes.
Jim, will this count as them voting on it, and then assuming paperwork is all fine, or do you need me to put it on the next agenda for approval?
It could be approved contingent upon you confirming the paperwork.
The applications. Okay.
Right. If there's an issue with the paperwork, it'll come back at the next meeting for formal approval.
Thank you.
Right. So we'll get a. Do we need Jim for that to be in a motion for tonight's meeting, contingent on approval during administrative, if that works well for the commission?
Yes, Mayor.
All right. So we'll have that on it right after public comments. Audience. And I also remind people who are attending virtually, if you'd like to make public comments, to please raise your hand or ask a question, and then you will be recognized. Yes.
Good evening. My name is Sheila Gaines, and on March 13th, 2021, 35 people attended in person, 30 attended virtually via Zoom, and 140 attended virtually via Facebook Live, the first Next Level Entrepreneurship Workshop at the Boynton Beach City Hall. The total participants count was 205. The attendees learned business startup taught by Chantel Brown, financial literacy taught by Michelle Johnson, pricing and marketing taught by Taronda Harvey, the importance of maintaining your mental health as a business owner taught by primary therapist Angelique Halding, engage in networking and business tax receipts taught by Salika Brown. Special thanks to an amazing team, Ray Whiteley of Faith in Florida, Trelawney Braypool of Boynton Wine and Spirits and Braypool Bells Funds, Aaron Sience of Boynton Strong, Ricky Petty of Healthier Boynton, Leticia Dell, and of course myself of 2Q1V Foundation Incorporated, also known as Two Queens One Vision. We would also like to thank Commissioner Woodrow Hay, Boynton Beach Commissioner of District 2. We would also like to extend a thank you to Commissioner Hay for his generous donation. David Scott, Director of Economic Development and Strategies at the City of Boynton Beach, Lori LaViere, Boynton Beach City Manager, Candace Walls, Boynton Beach Assistant City Manager for their support. It would not have been the same without you all. 2Q1V Foundation is especially excited of upcoming opportunities to serve our community and your continued support. And we would like to extend to Chevy D that we will be donating computers to the cause as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Job well done.
And now, is there anyone else for public audience for items not on the agenda? So Joy, we put you on the agenda under new business. So, but if you'd like to make comments now, you have that opportunity. I would say make the comments now because it might be an hour or two before we get to that discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Joy Anderson.
Microphone. Make sure it's lit. Is the green light on?
Now it is.
All right, make sure to speak into the mic.
Okay. My name is Joy Anderson, and I believe at the former City Commission meeting, you heard a staff recommendation for the Knuth Road future land use map amendment and rezoning, and I was unfortunately unable to attend that meeting. However, I did attend the Planning and Zoning Development Board meeting a couple weeks or a week prior to that. And I just wanted to say for the record that the owners of that Knuth Road parcel is very much in favor of the staff's initiative to change the rezoning from the PCD development to the, the mixed use, low usage. Currently, we have a plan that shows a rather large commercial center, but we haven't found it to be very advantageous in this market and do not anticipate that changing in the future. However, I would also like to say that even if the market were really great for that right now, we find that the proposed use made by your staff actually would serve the whole community much better. With as many people moving into Florida as has been this past year, we see a real need for housing for individuals, and the mixed use would allow that. We also see that Boynton could be kind of on the cutting edge of that effort for South Florida by the staff's initiative because of what it does for the time frame. The other thing I'd like to say is the developers that we have talked to about this, and I'll say that, we really haven't had any interest in the commercial part, but we've had quite a bit of interest in a multi-family development. And when they come forward to us, they're very concerned about the zoning issues. I think they've tried on other parcels in town to bring in multifamily, and it's been very difficult. And so they would like to see some kind of indication from the city that this is going to go forward. I think the last meeting, it kind of gave a little mixed signals to them. And as the owner of the property, I'd just like to be able to offer them the reassurance that the city is interested in seeing a housing development in that location. So we would like to ask that that issue be taken up again at the next city commission meeting on April 6th. And just have another opportunity for that to actually get approved. And I can answer any questions.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Mayor, should we comment now or just wait till the agenda item later, I guess?
If you have any questions for the property owner who spoke at public audience, now would be the time. Otherwise, discussion should be had at the new business item.
Okay, I'll save my comments other than to say that I'm in support of helping the property owner to zone it properly for economic prosperity. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. Is there anything else, anyone else that would like to speak for public audience? Going once, going twice. All right, public audience is now closed and we will move on to administrative. Appoint eligible members to serve in the vacant positions on city advisory boards.
Yeah.
Yes, our first, we have 2 regulars and 2 alternate positions available on the Building Board of Adjustments and Appeals. We have 1 position. Commissioner Hay, you have a question?
Yeah, before we do that, I have a recommendation. I believe it's coming up very soon, if not our next meeting, that we're going to be reappointing everybody to these boards. And I would recommend that we just kind of hold off, kind of table this item. I hate to just appoint somebody and then they run the risk of not being put back on for whatever reason, overlook or whatever. But I believe it's at our next meeting where we're going to reappoint everybody. So why don't we just table this until then, rather than going through and doing these appointments, which may be such a short term, it wouldn't be beneficial. So my recommendation is that we table this for right now.
I want to make clear from staff, is that correct? That the 2-year term request that is stated that ends on March 23rd is not accurate as part of our backup?
Tammy, I'm going to ask you to weigh in on that one.
The terms expire March 31st.
Of 2021 or 2023?
No, 2021.
Okay, because in the appointments and applicants for March 16, 2021, they have terms that end in 2022, March of 2022 and March of 2023. And that's not accurate, correct?
It's my understanding that with the way the new ordinance was written, they would finish out this current term for March 31st, 2021, and then continue on. Am I right, Attorney Sheriff?
That is correct, that the terms would continue on if they had previously been appointed. They're 2-year terms. So you have a group of people who their terms would expire in 2022. But, and there is some confusion with respect to both the terms and the appointments and reappointments. And that's why the chart was put together. I think Commissioner Hayes' suggestion to table the matter is a good idea so that we can present all of it to you at one particular time. Double check all the expiration dates.
Okay, we have a motion to table for the, I guess his vote for Historic Resource Preservation Board regular position. Do we have a second?
I will second
that. Yes.
I guess clarification, because you just specified it now. Are we not tabling the entire item rather than just his appointment?
Well, normally I would say that we don't, you know, if Vice Mayor is okay with the tabling of the total, then I would request that Vice Mayor be the second for the total instead of, because his applicant has requested also to be on there. And there's a meeting, I believe, before the April meeting that he could attend if we allow him to be on the Community Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board. So it's kind of like we're telling them, okay, we're going to put you on at next meeting, but we won't let you be there for the next crab board meeting. We'll have to wait until May. So for me, we'll nominate them, put them on the board, and then do it again next month, but at least they're already on the board. And it can attend the Historic Resources Preservation Board meeting at the end of the month and the CRA Agency Advisory Board beginning of next month before our next meeting.
Okay, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I think now that just kind of like adds a level of confusion to it that wasn't there before,
Well,
at least for me anyway. So can staff or Jim or anybody weigh in on this? Because I didn't understand that part of this.
So I'm asking Jim, if the Historic Resources Preservation Board meets in the month of March and we table it, then that person who applies is not going to be able to attend a board meeting as on the board.
That's right. The current board members' terms will continue until their replacements take their seats.
And so that's kind of where I think it's better that we appoint them, because they may have to reapply, but that's something that they don't.
Anybody that's appointed tonight will have a 2-year term.
That's what I asked from the very beginning. Thank you, Jim, for letting me know that. So, Commissioner Hay, do you still want to table it even though they have a 2-year appointment from tonight's meeting?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And Vice Mayor Penturger, you're okay with that?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. Well, I'll decline. But we have a first and a second. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 All those decline, nay. And hearing no one else, the motion passes 4-1. So they will not be able to attend as board members at the Historic Resource Preservation Board or the CRA Advisory Board. And may I have a motion to amend the agenda to allow for Commissioner Hayes' allocation, $300 allocation of his community support funds to the Chevy DTV Foundation.
So move.
Second.
Second.
All right, all those in favor, and I'm sorry, I'd like to make amendment and also include Commissioner Romulus' $200 donation as the amendment to the agenda.
Motion to approve as amended.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. So now may I have a motion to approve Commissioner Hayes' allocation of $300 to the Chevy DTV Foundation?
So move.
Second.
Is there? All those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. May I have a motion to approve the allocation of $200 of Commissioner Romulus' community support funds?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. And Commission, if you will, I did speak with Mr. Torior, who wanted to come to this meeting for public comments, but he said that he may be running a little bit late. Mr. Orr, did you want to make public comments?
I just got off work, so y'all excuse the pain. My name is Tori Orr, Ocean Breeze Apartments, 102 North 7th Avenue, 33435. And I want to speak to my Commissioner Hay. You know, every time I see him come through, you know, I can't get him to stop and speak to me or nothing, you know. I guess I got to come to the City Hall meeting to get him to speak. How you doing, Mr. Commissioner? If you hear me
I'm
now,
doing
you know.
fine. How you doing?
Yeah, you speak to me now. So I have a question, you know. I heard about this new grant, you know, this federal money out here. And I heard about it, 15 million bucks, you know. And I want to present a proposal, if that's okay with y'all. Okay, I got it right here. I just want to read it off. Y'all let me. I worked a long time today. Okay. Okay, y'all know me. We Boynton Strong. We're outreach training program. Okay. Can y'all hear me? Okay. Well, Boynton Strong, we are outreach and training program. We are community-based. We are 501(c) organized that aims to connect individuals and families with programs, services, resources that help overcome barriers to their growth, development, and overall well-being. Our initiatives are designed to strengthen the fabric of the community, empower the youth, contribute to the crime rate, and Peace in the Hood. It's a weekly basketball game that aims to reduce crime. Featured in Palm Beach Post, having over 40 plus weeks in a row, nonviolence. We had a free summer camp in 2018, provided a safe space for about 65 youth, featuring the WPTV Channel 5. We had a turkey and toy drive, featured by the WPTV. In 2008, we partnered with other organizations to feed families. We also partnered with Lori, the city of Boynton Beach, for the annual toy drive for the youth. We also did cancer walks. We did volunteer work for the city of Boynton Beach, the MLK event, the grand opening of the Sarah Sims Park, the Boynton Beach Christmas parade, and much more. And so, outreaching during the pandemic. You know, a lot of us people know that, you know, Boynton Strong, we was out there in the midst of the pandemic with Feeding South Florida. We did that for maybe 4 months. We did it for 120 days, for 6 weeks. And we did a training with the Healthier Boynton Beach. We got people their certificate to stop the bleeding. Oh, that's it. But I thought stop the bleeding and stop, you know, I did a couple of things, but that's it.
That's your time. If you'd like to tell us what you're requesting.
Okay, well, I'll request.
I can tell you this, that the city commission says at the next meeting, they want to discuss about the American Rescue Plan, about the city's allocation from the federal government. So if you give, you have the opportunity to let the commission know now that what exactly does Boynton Strong intend to do with the money?
Okay, well, we're gonna do this here. I'm gonna tell you what we're gonna do with it. We're gonna do what we've been doing for the longest in this community, as in giving back, how we always do. And we do it a lot of ways. I have to find this post, y'all. Just give me 1 second. Well, we want to do bringing back between 18s and 21, teaching them how to build economical wealth for themselves when they're getting out of high school, teaching them about stocks. We want to teach kids about just letting them know sports is not the only way. You know, we want to bring vocational trade back to the city of Boynton. You know, we got to go way out here to Lake Lighter. You know, people can't make it out there. We want to see if the city can fund us with transportation. We want to see if the CRA, I got a list of all their buildings they have in the district of District 2 that being not occupied for the last 3 or 4 years, just sitting there rotting. We could use those buildings and start doing empowerment programs like every other city doing. Delray doing it, Boca doing it, West Palm doing it. You know, we can't always be the last to do something. We want to be the first to do it. Helping our people all over Boynton, because y'all know I represent the whole Boynton, not one. You know, not 2 Boyntons and 3 Boyntons, you know. It be like that sometimes. I see it, but I still scream 1 Boynton to the death of me.
Thank you, Mr. Orr. We appreciate your
Mayor.
comments.
All right. So when is the next meeting?
April 6th at 5:30.
Mayor,
Yes, Commissioner Romulus.
if I may, I would simply suggest that Tori just send this proposal or what it is that he would like to ask of the commission to fund. And again, we're very at the very beginning of this, so we don't really necessarily know exactly what these funds will what we'll be allowed to do with these funds. That's why I did suggest that at the beginning of the meeting for us to take some time on this. But I would ask that Tori send this in the form of an email in terms of what are the things that he's requesting, because I can speak for myself. I'm not going to remember this 3-minute conversation that we just had just now. So it would probably be better to put this in writing and send it to us. And that would probably be a better way to get his requests heard. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes, Commissioner Hay.
I would agree with Commissioner Romulus, but I would like to make this available to Tori. No one else is having any problems, as I know of, contacted me, but let me just give you this. My cell number is 561-702-2107. My email is hayw@bbfl.us. My personal cell is 561-310-7095. I'll be more than happy to receive your email or even sit down and talk with you. I was looking for you on Saturday to be at the empowerment program. But that being said, let's work together. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Hay. And no, I understand the commission's wanting to wait and see. The issue is that for a lot of individuals that need assistance with utility payments, whether electricity or water, an extra month, they may lose that utility, or people, and I forgot to mention, and that hopefully the city has put on their records of the Palm Beach County's rental assistance. I think it's rentalAssistancePBC.org, that there is $45 million that the county is giving away to people who are in arrears and actually future rent to help them avoid evictions. So, Lori, are you familiar with that program? Can we make
Yes, sir.
sure?
And we do push that out. We put it in our newsletter, and when we have inquiries that come into the city where we have people that need assistance, we have a list of those resources we absolutely share with them.
Okay. I think it just came out because the county released more funds.
And as we get the updates from them, we update the information, and David also shares that with his Business Over Coffee, I know, and whatever email list they have. We're pushing it out as much as we can.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
I would add that as great as that is, just please, to staff to remember that the majority of the individuals who do need these assistance are not on social media, or maybe don't have the capability to read or understand some of the newsletters that come out. So as I know has been offered in the past, we have Miss Carlene Paul, who's offered time on the Haitian radio stations and any other venues and locations where we know we can reach these audiences through the mediums that they use for communication rather than what we think is a way to communicate with them. So let's make sure that we're thinking outside the box. If you guys need help to communicate with these communities, please let me know so I can connect you properly. Because when I hear that it's our newsletters and it's social media, like that doesn't give me comfort, because I know that these communities they're not seeing that information from those mediums.
And absolutely. And so the fact that we have our library with the computers, and it is something that it is needed to apply online. I just want to make sure that our library staff knows about the emergency rental assistance program, and that there's now multiple venues to apply for getting a vaccine for the people that apply. And so I guess, Lori, what is the best way you think for the city to get out the word? I know that our billboards that we have throughout the city, maybe the next option. And if we can do it in Spanish and Creole, you know, as part of the rotation.
Yes, I could check with Eleanor, but we do. We have time on there. We can certainly do something like that and put it out there. And the county has, we don't even have to create our own. We could utilize what the county puts out already, and just try to get that out to a bigger audience.
All right, thank you. And if there's no further, we will move on to consent agenda. Would anyone like to pull an item for consent agenda? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Okay.
I have a motion and a second by Commissioner Hay. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Consent bids and purchases over 100,000. Would anyone like to pull any of these items?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes.
I'd like to pull items 7A and B.
All right. Proposed resolution number 21-028, approve an increase to the annual expenditure for additional services associated with the landscape maintenance service contract for park sites performed by Blue Marlin Investments in the amount of $25,000 annually for the duration of the contract.
Thank you, Mayor. My question for staff here, we have two contracts, both landscaping, one for park sites and the other for facilities. And there's a request here for $25,000 annually. These are both 3-year contracts, so that's 75 and 75. So this is a request for $150,000. I did not see an accompanying reason for this request. I was wondering if staff could provide and help me understand. I mean, we literally just approved this past December, and the request was quite large of an increase. What happened from then to now?
Yes, Andrew Mack, Interim Assistant City Manager. Thank you. So typically when we do an agenda item like this, we would request additional services on an as-needed basis, which we did request with the original approval back in December, like you stated. It was an oversight by our staff that what the 5,000 that we asked for. After looking at it, we need to increase it to 25,000 to cover the as-needed costs every year as we get. So a lot of times we would get a request for, or at a facility where we'd have a tree die or some irrigation break. Those are not part of their normal routine maintenance. So the additional services that are with each contract are what that covers that. And then we only use it if it's needed. Typically it's anywhere between 10 and 15%. So we just had a little bit of a coordination issue between our procurement and our engineering staff. So we're asking that we would increase that to the proper allocation, which would have been 25,000 based on the contract amounts for each of these two items.
All right, well, thank you for that. And just for clarification, I did notice that when we did approve this in December, there was an item there for also $25,000, an allocated portion for future park sites. Is this the same thing or is this separate?
That's a different item. So the 25,000 that was included in the original bid, that is for the maintenance of the undeveloped sites, the future park sites in the city, and that is the cutting and the maintenance of those sites. So this is additional to that as well.
All right. All right, well, that answers my questions. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. May I have a motion to approve resolution 21-028?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Proposed resolution number 21-029, approve an increase to the annual expenditure for additional services associated with the landscape maintenance service contract for facility sites performed by Blue Marlin Investments in the amount of $25,000 annually for the duration of the contract.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Proposed resolution 21-030 for diesel propane generator and bypass pump maintenance and repair service in the amount not to exceed $150,000 annually for the Utilities and Facilities Department, and authorize the city manager to sign an agreement with Advanced Generator Sales and Servicing of Royal Palm Beach, Florida as the lowest responsible bidder.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Moving forward to public hearing, proposed ordinance 21-021. Jim?
Thank you, Mayor. Could I go ahead and ask anybody who wants to speak on any of these public hearing matters to be sworn or take an affirmation? Do it all at one time.
Including staff?
Including staff.
All right.
All right. So this is on all items under Section 8, public hearings of the City Commission agenda. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. When you come to the microphone or however you present yourself to speak, after you've introduced yourselves, please acknowledge that you have taken the oath. Ordinance 21-021, an ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach amending Land Development Regulations, Chapter 1, Article 2, definitions amending Chapter 1, Article 5, Housing Initiative, Section 2, Workforce Housing Programs, providing for conflict severability, codification, and an effective date.
Thank you. And I believe staff has a presentation for us.
Could you unmute Amanda, please?
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, Alan, could you, okay, there it goes. I can see the presentation now. Good evening, this is Amanda Radigan. I am the principal planner for the city. This item is before you as a result of the workshop that we held about a month ago now, maybe 6 weeks or so. This is the first revision to our workforce housing program. So as you can see on the title page, this is our first amendment. The program is having a name change. Now that we are housing both an affordable housing program and a workforce housing program, the program is now going to be named the Attainable Housing Program. Next slide, please. So this conversation started, and some of this we've talked about last time. I just think that some of this is really important to reiterate why we're doing this. The attainable housing is widely recognized as 30% of someone's income. So when we look at the residents of Boynton Beach, this data tells us that 30% of homeowners within Boynton Beach are spending more than the 30% of their income on housing. And 64% of renters are doing the same. Next slide. So this is the second change. The ordinance was using the Palm Beach County HUD Area Median Income, or AMI, and we are now revising that to be using the Boynton Beach Median Household Income. There's a very large difference between the two when you look at Palm Beach County numbers versus the city numbers. As you can see on this data, the average income, the area median income for Palm Beach County is $79,000, and the household income for Boynton Beach is only $53,000. When you look at what that means as in terms of attainable rents, that means if you're using Palm Beach County and you make a moderate income, you can afford about $2,300 in rent. In Boynton Beach, at that same bracket, you could only afford about $1,600. Next slide. And it's also important to note that about 37% of Boynton Beach households fall between the very low and low income brackets. Next slide. So the way this program is now going to be broken up, we are including the very low income and low income into the affordable program, and moderate and middle income into the workforce program. I should also note that our previous program did not talk about any requirements for very low income, so that's also in addition to the program. Next slide. So the pay in lieu of program, this is very similar to what the previous program had. The difference is that we have lowered the percentage of total units required to participate in the program. So it's still applicable in all mixed use districts, special high density and high density residential areas. You still get the 25% density bonus, and within the two most high intense land uses, you can get a 2-story height bonus. Of course, there are things about compatibility and such and where it's going on the site, but it is applicable to those zoning districts. Now, if you're only using the density, you would be paying for 10% of total units. And if you're using both, you would be paying for 15% of total units. The fees on that last row, those have not changed. Next slide. So this is the building program. This is where we split workforce from affordable. So essentially what happened is we lowered the density bonus for workforce, and the affordable program is still getting the 25%. The remain the same on both programs. For the workforce program, there is a 15% of total unit dedication for 15 years. And this is again if you're building. So 15% of your total number of units would have to be dedicated to workforce for at least 15 years. If you're doing affordable, 25% of your total units that you're building would have to be dedicated for 30 years. It's also important to note that this affordable program will most likely be used by 100% affordable housing projects. Next slide. Myself and the rest of the team is here to answer questions if you have any.
So, my quick question, get back, where that's coming from, is that how does this incentivize developers to build it? I mean, are we giving them money, or are we just saying you can build more, but it's going to cost you more than it's the cost of the building to build, because you're not able to get, I don't understand what the point of this is that it seems nice, but it's not in financial reality that we're going to give developers extra density bonus and height with the amount of costs that are associated with that.
So it definitely depends on the program that you're referring to. The pay in lieu of program, the fees have been lowered, and if they go that route, which in my opinion, the pay in lieu of program would be the one that is most utilized of the three. When you're building workforce housing with income restrictions, it's not just about the building. So even if the bottom lines worked, there is additional administration fees, there's added costs, there's more risks on the building, there is some financing issues, there's depreciation that happens. So more than likely, a market rate developer would be doing the pay in lieu of. And in that option, what happens is they can receive the bonuses, do the pay in lieu of fee, and that money gets put into the city's housing fund. And the city then uses those funds to further the initiatives of workforce housing.
And that would go through Lachey as our community developer?
Exactly. And then what would happen is the more that that fund grows, the city has the ability to create new programs.
All right. But the city is unable to access HUD funding available for certain programs besides our CDBG. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, did you say they are not?
No, that, I want to know, is a housing authority able to access funds that the city is not able to receive?
That I do not know. If a housing authority has a different access to different funds, I actually don't know that. I would have to get back to you. Now, the way, I mean, I know that we get funds, and if Lachey's on the call, she might be the person to answer this. But we get funds both through SHIP and through HUD, and we do have several programs that do some single family rehab projects. We do some down payment assistance. And the process would be to either feed more money into those programs or develop things like rental assistance, which we don't have, move-in costs for rentals. It could be condo or multifamily rehab, which we currently do not have either. So there's no shortage of ways to spend that money as long as we have money flowing into that fund.
And so you're saying that in order to get a 25% density bonus, they need to have 25% of the units dedicated for 30 years. So let's say there's 100 units. You're saying 25 units need to be affordable.
Yes, they would be income restricted to the affordable income levels. And again, this program, the affordable specifically, again, in my opinion, would really only be used for projects that are coming in with either tax credits or they are affordable housing developers. This program, I don't think, is friendly towards a market rate developer looking for a density bonus. So this would be good for our CRA projects, our tax credit projects. It's a way to give them the densities and the bonuses for bringing in that affordable housing. This program isn't necessarily, the affordable program isn't necessarily geared towards the market rate developer. The workforce housing, however, would be more applicable to them, but there are, real concerns for market rate developers, even on the workforce, because it still requires income verification at the beginning. It would still require that dedication of units. And if you look at the three programs, he gets a higher density if he does pay in lieu.
And so one of the other things that we did to help developers is creating half units. Is that correct?
Yes. So, and like I said, there's kind of a series of things happening at one time. Actually, today I was in the ULI Housing Opportunities Conference. So there's a lot of innovative ways to start to resolve the housing issues. The half units, we did pass that ordinance. It is only applicable within the TOD. Because that does have, it's something that we're already doing in the TOD. So again, like if you're looking at the market rate developer, between that program and the pay in lieu of, I'm sure the finances work better than either one of the actual building programs.
So
there are some other options that, I know between staff we have been discussing, and I know that we also promised that we would bring back the city commission a few other options. One of them is accessory dwelling units. That's another way to kind of create naturally, quote unquote, occurring affordable housing. They're not as much as structured programs as policies that we built into our regulations.
But the city's not offering any sort of financial incentive for workforce or affordable. Is that correct?
Not within this ordinance. This ordinance is just either a pay in lieu of program or, depending on what you're building, a building program, a construction program. There's no subsidy involved within these programs. It's just a bonus.
And this just doesn't make any sense to me. The fact that we took away our mandatory workforce housing requirement based in 2007 for a voluntary with these bonuses, it doesn't make sense because these bonuses seem like they're going to cost more than to implement. So I really don't think this is based in financial, financial reasoning that we're offering the ability for developers to build more if they make it of, you know, if they get less money. That doesn't make any sense to me, because the developer needs to be profitable. So they're not going to lose money to build more. So, you know, I think, you know,
I'm definitely not, you know, I don't work in loans or construction loans.
Excuse me, I'm not finished yet, Amanda.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I think there's a little bit of a delay.
I'm sorry. So what I was saying is that, you know, one of the things, if the commission wants to vote, can we go to the slide previously, the payment in lieu of? That I think we need to half this amount, as in 41, you know, approximately 41,500 for sale units or 18,300 for rental units, because the cost of adding a $82,000 for a mixed-use development for the units, it doesn't just make any sense to me. So that would be my proposed, is that we have the payment in lieu of, fee in lieu of, and if anybody takes it, then we get money, you know, money for the city to spend, and then we can adjust later. But I don't think, as it currently stands, any developer will use our current program, unless, Amanda, you have information that there are developers waiting to this program to go through so that they can develop.
So a couple of comments. I haven't spoke to one developer yet that hasn't asked how they can get more density. So that's the first thing. Density is very valuable, especially in the pay in lieu of program versus the building program, because this doesn't have the same administrative long-term cost to it. It's a one-time fee that happens during construction. Now, with altering the fee, there's just two points I would like to make. This fee is still drastically less than the county's fee, and their program is mandatory. And this fee was a result of a fairly comprehensive study that was done before my time. I would say probably about 10 years ago. And there is a methodology that creates these fees based on a housing gap in funding. Now, that doesn't mean that the City Commission cannot alter that. We haven't had an updated study to look at that yet, which is why staff has been reluctant to propose or recommend any changes to that fee. And instead of changing the fee, what staff recommended is lowering the percent of total units. So the fee stayed the same, and instead of requiring them in the current program 20 or 25% of total units, we lowered it to 10 and 15%. So effectively, we are reducing the cost to participate.
I appreciate that, and that's the interesting part is the 10 years ago, I don't think developments needed to have so much safety measures and hurricane glass and all of the new construction costs. So like I said before, I'm in favor, and I will vote in favor of reducing the fee in half. And if somebody uses it, then we can adjust it later. But I don't think, you know, we're just doing this for the fun of it. So I'll open up to the rest of the commission if someone would like to raise their hand or make a motion to approve.
Mayor,
Yes.
a lot was said. I almost don't know where to begin. So in the beginning, I actually agreed with you because I had the same concern.
One
This
second,
is
Vice Mayor,
voluntary.
if you don't mind me interrupting, could we do a sound check and just maybe have whoever has this background check going on to mute? I can't take it. Can everybody just mute their line, self-mute, unless you're speaking?
I'm sorry, it was Amanda's microphone. Is there still an echo or a back?
It sounds good now.
All right, so Amanda will have to work on your microphone for the next meeting. Yes, Vice Mayor.
Okay, where to begin? So in the beginning, I agreed with you because I had the same concerns about this being optional, and it seemed to me that this is something that people can easily ignore if they wanted to. So I have several questions, and my first one is, how are these fee numbers determined? This 82,000 and the 36,000 for rent units. And let me also say that my understanding here is that although this is optional, and so we're betting that somebody will go with this, that the question really boils down to, if they do go after the density, and it sounds like they should, but we don't really know, if they go after the density, they get the bonus, the higher these numbers are, the more likely that they will instead build these affordable or workforce units on their project, right, within whatever project. The lower these numbers are, the more likely that they'd rather say, hey, well, why don't I just take that? I'll just pay the fee, and I don't actually have to build these affordable workforce units. And then we get that into a fund, and then we, depending on how we use it, that may equal X number of units that we can direct to fund or subsidize, or whatever the case may be, units somewhere else. So the higher the number, they're not going to take the out, if you will, and they will go ahead and build it in their project. The lower the number, they'll take the out so they can get the bonus, the density bonus, and then, you know, we can use that somewhere else. But my question is, how are these numbers determined? Because let's assume for a moment that I'm a developer and I want that 25% density bonus, or whatever, 20 or 25. And I decide to say, hey, I don't really want to build these units in my project. I want the out, I'll pay the fee. But my question is, again, this is about how these numbers were calculated. Will this amount actually lead to an offsetting of the discrepancy, the disparity here in affordable units? In other words, could we, for $36,760, go ahead and build an affordable unit? Does that equate 1-to-1? How do these numbers make sense? Oh, and this question is for staff, Amanda.
I muted Amanda because it was her microphone that was doing it. And thank you. And I think the other thing is that it's currently not equitable. Let's say they need a 1% or 5% or 10% density bonus. They have to do the entire, try to get the 25%. So does the commission want to do it more on an equitable basis, that if you want a 10% density bonus, it's this, 20% is this, 25 or 30% it's this? Because we have the ability to go that high and base it upon that sort of ability, so that it's not just 25% or else, it's 10, 20, or 30%. So Amanda, I'm going to unmute you.
And before Amanda answers, let me also tack on one more question to that. In addition to how were these numbers calculated, the second part would be, what kind of developer, what kind of projects are these most likely going to be applied on? Who's gonna, in all likelihood, who's gonna go after this?
All right, Amanda, is your microphone working?
I think so. Can you hear me? Are you still hearing some background noise?
We can hear you.
Okay. So those were very involved questions, and I'll do my best to answer them. As far as how those numbers are created, that is way more involved than even I would understand. This is done through a methodology that will take exactly what you're saying: the cost of construction of a unit, the income of the area, and the gap between the income, the attainable housing rate, and what they can afford and what market rate is. When we did this study several years ago, I believe our numbers were higher than that. And I believe when we brought it forward, the commission at the time asked to have it reduced further. So that's what happened with the fee. So we ended up being much lower than the county and lower than our study recommended. That's the way I understand the history of that number. We can, of course, if you'd like a more detailed explanation, we can get you one. But that is my kind of overall understanding of how those numbers are developed. Now, the other question you had was on a sliding scale or who would use these programs. Okay, so I think staff 100% agrees with all the comments made here today about the pay in lieu of program versus a construction program. And the idea behind staff's recrafting this is geared towards the pay in lieu of program to be utilized, because what we are hearing over and over again from developers is that they don't want the long-term cost associated with the construction of affordable workforce program. Now, mind you, these are market rate developers. So they would want to use the pay in lieu of program. All the developers that I've spoke to have not complained about the fee. They have complained about dedication of units. They have complained about administrative cost and income certifying and the value of their project if they want to sell it with dedicated deeded units. So all of those complications around construction and the voluntary nature in which the ordinance is today leads to it, as we've seen, not being used. So the thinking is, by making this pay in lieu of program more appealing and lowering the amount, the percent of units that they're paying for, that this is a much more competitive program for developers to participate in. Now, what kind of projects would be looking for this? I don't think I've seen a mixed use project in the city that hasn't asked for this density on this pay in lieu of program. And that would be the only the only one that I haven't had conversations with is probably the mall, and that's kind of an anomaly because it's so large and they have enough density there. But just about every other project has asked about this. With this program and the half unit, if you're in the TOD, I think that makes most developers that I've spoken to excited about these programs.
So Amanda, thank you for that response. You've clarified some things for me. Let me go back to the numbers related to the fee itself. And I think what it hinges for me now, after your explanation, is the big picture. The big picture is to create affordable and or workforce housing because of the problem that you presented in the initial slides of your presentation, right? Now, if we collect these dollar values per sale or rent unit, is that actually enough to offset and therefore fund, construct, subsidize, whatever the exact methodology may be, actual units to make a dent in the, let's call it the crisis that we're in terms of housing? In other words, will this solve the problem? Are we actually getting a little bit closer to solving the problem? Or these dollar values are not high enough, or whatever the situation might be, to actually make a dent?
So I don't think we are solving the problem. I think that this is a very, very large problem that will take years to correct and many additional policies to not only create, mixed use affordable income, but mixed income buildings and naturally occurring affordable housing. These are long-term goals. I do think that the pay in lieu of is the realist option to start making it better. I think that with all of the programs that are out there, I have found 3 or 4 to probably be the most effective, and all of them are usually run by the city, state, or federal government. So instead of leaning on market rate developers who it isn't their business of creating affordable housing, this is creating funds for us to do it. Now, will it make a dent? We won't be building one for one. That was definitely. Yeah, but those funds are not only for single unit housing, right? So those funds go to a slew of housing related issues. Down payment assistance, rentals assistance, single family and multifamily rehab, as well as construction of single family homes. So it would be a mix of it depending on the flow of money that comes in.
Amanda, thank you for that. I understand what you're saying. I just want to say to my colleagues here, my concern with this is exactly what she just said about it not being one-to-one, because one-to-one would suggest that we're at least keeping up, but this doesn't even keep up with the disparity. So I understand that we can't solve the whole crisis by ourselves as one city, and the actions tonight, if we move forward, is not the whole solution. It is a step in the right direction, but that's my concern. It's not even keeping up with the problem. And I wish it could at least do that. I'll leave my comments there for now, Mayor, so I can hear from the others. Thank you.
Mayor.
Yes, Commissioner Romulus.
Thank you. I'll go next. So I would agree with, and Commissioner, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Conserga actually took a lot of the wind out of my sails because he addressed a lot of the questions that I had. So I think the only thing that I would simply add to the line of questioning that he's brought in is simply that how many units have we built for market or market rate? If anybody has that answer, how many units have we brought into the city? Let's just keep it to the last 5 years since I've been on the commission. Can anybody answer that? Amanda or anybody else? Can anyone answer that question? How many for market units have we brought to the city of Boynton Beach in the last 5 years?
I'm sorry, did you ask for market or for affordable housing?
Market rate. How many market rate units have we brought to the city in the last 5 years?
I do not have a firm number, but if I had to guess, several hundred with the construction that's going on out west, and several more hundred approved on the east side, but not constructed yet.
Correct. So we're in the hundreds in terms of market rate units. How many affordable units, attainable, affordable, whatever title we want to put on it, how many of those have come in or been approved in the city over the last 5 years?
Yeah, so this is also interesting. We have had several projects. Actually, I believe most of the projects in the downtown area have been approved with extra density using this pay in lieu of program, but they have not been constructed yet. So those fees have not been collected yet. So we are not building them, but there has been some participation in this pay in lieu of program. We have not had any participation in the construction program.
Correct. So that I mean, that doesn't necessarily answer the question or give me the numbers I'd like to hear. So what I would like is I'd like a follow-up to that question so I could have some more firm numbers from you guys, because I would like to have a more tangible number on these questions that I've asked. I know the ballpark in terms of what you just said. 0 in terms of the construction units, a handful of the in lieu of, and hundreds in terms of market rate. So to kind of just further exacerbate Vice Mayor's comments earlier, we are not keeping up at all in any way, shape, or form with the housing crisis that's been going on in our country. But our focus is Boynton Beach, so definitely in Boynton Beach at the very minimum. Looking at these fees, what I think is very important to note to the mayor's comments of lowering these fees, the $82,000 is for sale units. The fact is that I haven't seen very many developers that are bringing for sale units to our city in a very, very long time. And neither do I see it happening in the near future. It seems that the more financially savvy business route is to do for rent units. So looking at the fee for rent units, I feel that that's significantly undervalued, that $36,000. And if our purpose in doing these is to help incentivize developers to build attainable or affordable housing units within the downtown, I don't think this is enough of a motivator to do that, which is why most of them have been, more than willing to just pay it in lieu of fee. My ideal scenario would be that they would build their projects with these units built within the developments. But I understand that you have to win some and you have to lose some. And so unfortunately that is, where I would be willing to make, strike a deal here where fine, you don't have to build these units within your development, because I understand how it decreases your bottom line. It doesn't assist you in selling these projects moving forward and this, that, and the other. I get that. I understand that. And, at the very least, being a business conscious person, how that can be played out. So if that's the case, and if we're saying you do not have to build units within your development, then in my opinion, the for rent fee should be higher. Especially being that, from what you just mentioned earlier, Amanda, that we're not even meeting the one-to-one cost of what it actually should be for a unit, an affordable unit to be built. So, if we're going to do anything, it's to at least raise the fees. But I would definitely not be in favor of lowering them. Where we are here is a far cry from what it should be. So I would not be willing to lower it at all in any way. And again, I would even propose to raise it, because I don't think it's enough of a benefit to us as a city and to the residents that entrust us with the responsibility of properly dictating how their tax dollars are used. We are giving TIF, we are giving incentives, we are giving density bonuses, we are bending over backwards to allow developers to do what they need to do to make their profit, and yet we're asking for a measly $36,000 per unit. That's in my opinion a shame. But again, I get where we are. I get that, hey, business dictates government sometimes, and this is what we have to do. So that is going to be where I stand in terms of, if this is where we are, then I'll accept that. But the only change I would make would be to increase it, but not at all to decrease it. Thank you. And I would like those numbers to be reported back to me at a later time.
Commissioner Hay or Commissioner Katz, do you have any comments?
I guess the question that's been brought up, been some tremendous questions brought up by my colleagues. Just for the sake of the public, I would just like for either Amanda or someone for the public's sake and for mine to explain the difference in these terms. You got attainable, you got affordable, and you got workforce. How would that attainable relate to workforce and affordable, just in layman's term, so that the public can gain a better appreciation for what we are saying? I agree with what's been said thus far. Could someone define the relationship?
Absolutely, I can do that. Alan, could you go, I think it was slide number 2 or 3. And while we're getting back to that slide, yeah, this works. This is, I'm sorry, the one previous. Okay. One more. Sorry, one more in the other direction. Okay, great. Okay, so the three terms that we're using, the first one is attainable housing. Attainable housing has to do with the percent of income that is attainable for anyone to spend on housing. So every person, for your housing to be attainable, it should be within 30% of your income. So the word attainable has nothing to do with a specific income. It is general. Whatever your income is, 30% of it should go to housing. If you're within that bracket, you have attainable housing. Now, the other two are more technical definitions. Affordable and workforce are income levels. So we're going to look at the Boynton Beach median household income first. It is divided in 4 different categories. So very low, low, moderate, and middle income. And those percents that you see are the percents of the household income, the median household income. So in Boynton Beach, it's $53,000. You are very low income if you are making between 30 and 60% of that. So if you are making, and right under that 53,000, you'll see you're very low if you're making between 16 and 32,000. You're low if you're making between 32 and 42. You're moderate if you're between 42 and 64. And then you're in middle income if you are between 64,000 and 74,000. I hope that clarified.
Are you saying that the majority of income in Boynton is moderate income, the 80% to 120%?
So 37% of households fall between very low and low. I don't have the figures for the rest of the population, but I can get those.
All right.
Well,
and Commissioner Katz, do you have any comments to add?
Yeah, thank you. And I've been listening to everyone, and I appreciate everyone's comments. I think the first thing I'd say, and I think Amanda made the point, and I think it's an important point, is that the one-time buyout fee per unit, even if it seems high or if it seems too close to maybe the actual cost of producing the unit, the key is to remember, as she pointed out, that it's a one-time fee, and that if you build some sort of restricted income housing, that can reduce revenue, and profits for a developer on those units for 10, 20 years, however long it's restricted. So even if the cost seems high, if it's a one-time kind of buyout, even if it saves a little bit of money on the construction of the unit, it saves a good amount of money on the life of the unit in terms of future revenue and the ability to charge market rate. The other comments that have been made, and I appreciate them, but the government, there's a limit to how far the government can kind of massage the free market, and we're working to try to get the free market to do something that they naturally would never do, which is restrict the profitability of their product. So I know that there would be a desire to kind of get a one-to-one trade-off, but I just don't know if that's even that's not an attainable free market solution, even with government intervention. Because if I'm going to give the government the exact cost to make something, I might as well just make it myself, I guess, as opposed to buying out of it. I guess I'm in favor of moving forward with this now to see how it goes. I think the issue is there's a lot of ideas about how to address, the housing crisis or shortage, however you want to word it, in terms of affordability. But I just have not seen, and every city's different for a variety of reasons, economically, the size, the taxes. I haven't seen any sort of perfect solution. So I think that if this is working in some other cities, if developers in other cities are paying the buyout and contributing those funds to the municipality, such as in West Palm, I guess the mandatory, Amanda, did you say in West Palm it is mandatory that you have to build a certain percentage of affordable and workforce, and if you don't, you must pay the buyout?
Palm Beach County, not West Palm Beach. Palm Beach County does have a mandatory program. I believe that there may be a couple of others. The other one that we've seen 2 ordinances around was local in Florida too, are housing fees, a linkage fee, which I don't think is, I want to use the word legal anymore. I think there has been some legislation to prevent that from happening. It's a sort of impact fee. I think all of the strategies that are either help naturally occurring affordable housing, things like half dwelling units that are cheaper or affordable dwelling units that are cheaper, and or the monetary ones that feed money into the government for the government to handle affordable housing, have been the ones with the most success. And or a mandatory type program, which I don't really know of any others except Palm Beach County. There might be a couple of others. But they're mandatory, but they don't necessarily need to be built in Palm Beach County. Like I was speaking to a developer recently.
Amanda, so I have a follow-up question.
Amanda, your microphone was back on. I'm sorry I had to mute you because of the
No, that's okay. I heard that too.
So correct me if I'm wrong, and I might not fully understand current state law, but so Palm Beach County has an ordinance that mandates a certain percentage of units must be affordable workforce, correct?
Yes, you have to participate in their workforce program, but you don't necessarily need to build it within the project or within the county unincorporated county limits. We were talking to a developer recently that wanted to do their required unincorporated Palm Beach County affordable housing within Boynton Beach.
Gotcha. So my question is, and again, this relates to state law, I guess, and I'm not sure if I'm clear on it. Are we prohibited from mandating it? Is that my understanding, that that's why we're doing it in lieu of, and it's optional if they want the bonus? Are we prohibited in state statute currently from saying if you build a residential property out, you develop residential property with, 50 or more units, you must build a specific percentage or pay the buyouts?
As I understand it, we are not prohibited from doing so.
Okay. And I guess so that's, if people want to kind of go full force, because some of the concerns that were raised by my fellow commissioners were, if the buyout's so low that, people will just buy out and contribute a fraction of the cost of what a unit would require to build. If Palm Beach County's doing it and we're not legally prohibited, I don't have a problem crafting some sort of mandatory component if the goal is truly to get as much workforce and affordable housing as possible. I think our local economy has been on the rise for a while. I think if the number of units, the percentage of mandatory units, and then the buyout costs, are hit, a sweet spot, we can get people to build or get them to buy out at a price that gives us the revenue for the city to subsidize other projects. This is one of those things that if you don't make it mandatory, as some of the fellow commissioners have said, people are going to buy out. And the lower you make the buyout, the less people that are going to build anything. I'm not opposed to a mandatory provision on projects over a certain number of units. That, again, I'll support this as it stands just to try it out. But if the goal is to maximize the pressure on the free market to produce below market rate product, then the mandatory component is that maximum pressure, in my opinion. So again, I'll support this, but those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. May I add one more comment, Mayor?
Yes.
So we can absolutely, Commissioner Katz, look at some of the mandatory programs, or, I feel like mandatory is kind of a scary word sometimes, but there are some other options that help the city create workforce housing. So one is mandatory construction. You have to build it. You either build it in the city or in the county or in a specific area, but you have to build it. That would be on market rate developers. There are some ordinances that we've seen that were housing fees on market rate developers on market rate housing. In that instance, and you know, we would have to review all the newest legislation and law again, but that program would work as a sort of impact fee on, let's say, permits or new projects. And they would not need to construct, but that would mean every project that's approved within the city would have a housing fee attached to it to fund the city's housing program. We've seen a couple of ordinances like that we could take a further look at. And again, the last one would be things that stimulate naturally occurring affordable housing. And that would be like the half units and things like accessory dwelling units, granny flats, and things like that.
Thank you.
Mayor.
And so, yes, Commissioner Romulus.
Thank you. To add to Commissioner Katz's comments, you know, I've always been of the opinion that I would like for this to be a mandatory program, but when we first, you know, initially set this program up, we wanted to be more cooperative and work with our developers. But I definitely would agree that we are in a different position at this point in time where, you know, interest in our city has grown and developers are looking for our city to build products and to build units, and so we are in a better position to make more demands in form of these affordable units. So if it is the will of the commission and there's a majority, I would definitely entertain having a conversation around making these changes more of a mandatory rather than a optional ordinance.
Mayor.
Yes, Commissioner Romulus, did you finish what you were saying?
Yes, Mayor, I'm done speaking.
All right. Yes, Commissioner Katz.
Thank you. And so I've, based on what Commissioner Ramos just said, I've come around to that position to agree with her more about the mandatory nature, because I think that the rising values in Boynton Beach, property values, development, returns on investment, just the interest in the community shows that, you know, there's more profit to be had. So there can be a little extra contribution required for the sake of achieving this initiative on behalf of the city. I look around again. I live in Renaissance Commons. I've watched the Cortina and all of that development come online. It's almost finished, and you know, I'm not a developer. I don't run the rental communities like the Cortina, but I would imagine it is grossly profitable. And that, you know, it's one thing to take into consideration the input of developers on not writing off their opinions, but they don't like anything that takes a penny out of their profit. So I don't want to get, I'm beyond considering their weaker and weaker arguments that, you know, I can't get financing if I have to build 20 affordable units out of 200. I've just come to reject many of the arguments that I was willing to buy into at a time when development was more stagnant. But we've seen substantial development on the west side in particular, because it's actually happened, but the east side, hypothetically, if people would actually build something, I've come around wholeheartedly to the mandatory requirement. And if developers have a problem with that, you know, they can build elsewhere. But I think that the community is profitable enough. The land is profitable enough to build, as evidenced by all of the projects that should be coming out of the ground. I think there's a lot of greed on behalf of some of the developers, particularly on the east side, unwilling to shave their profits by a tiny bit to do something good for the community. I'm past all that. So I fully support a mandatory component, as long as the percentage or the percentage of units that have to be incorporated makes economic sense. I'm not trying to crush people out of the market, but I at the margins of a project where they're going to make millions upon millions in return, they can do a little more for the community, more than building just an electric parking station or putting up, a mural or something. The things they try to sell us as making the community better, which are nice and I like them, but they don't help with the housing shortage, which is one of our biggest pressing issues. So I'll stop rambling, but I'm in favor of the mandatory component.
Mayor, yes, I have a question for Amanda. Amanda, let's pretend for a moment that I'm a developer and I'm going after the density bonus. Couple of questions first. Let's say 100 units is my project. I get 25 more because of the density bonus. If we can go back to that slide, is the required payment percent, does that include the additional 25? And my main question here, that's more of a subject question, but my main question here is, if I were a developer and I go with the density bonus, is this still net profitable for me to take this action?
So yes, it is of the total units. So if you are by right permitted 100 units and are going through this program and you can now do 125 units, 25% of your 125 units must be paid for through this program. I'm sorry, yeah, 10%. It's not up on my thing. The 10% if you're using just density and 15 if you're using height and bonus. So it would be 12.5 units that you would need to pay the fee for.
Okay, I understand how that works. And my main question is this net profitable, this course of action, for any developer?
I'm not a developer, but from the developers I have spoken to, I believe so. Otherwise, I don't think that there would be so much interest in this program, in participating in this program. And just one more general comment about the mandatory programs. In order to do a mandatory program, there are state laws that would have to be followed, and rational nexus and equal profitability would have to be figured out, and a study like that would probably require some professional assistance. The fees would have to be reviewed, and it's a more involved process, and we're happy to go through that process. It would just I think it's a bigger picture, and of course the city manager would have to be involved. There might be funding required to get those professionals involved in that process.
Mayor.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Ramos. Commissioner, if I may just wrap up my comments.
Yep.
Sure.
I want to say that I do agree with what Commissioner Romulus has said, as well as Commissioner Katz. If we can explore a mandatory component, I mean, the problem here is lack of affordable and workforce units. So let's actually aim to solve the problem. So I would be open to exploring a mandatory component. And I also agree with what Commissioner Romulus has said, 36K for a rental unit, the payment in lieu is almost a shame. And so I don't know what the right number should be. And that was my original question to Amanda. How are these numbers calculated? Because that would really help me figure out or at least ballpark what appropriate numbers might be. So all I can say is I agree with what's been said by Commissioner Katz and Romulus. And if staff could come back and present us with alternative numbers and also provide the effects of those numbers, I greatly appreciate it. But if we can't calculate it now, then I'd rather wait for staff to do it.
Mayor.
Yes.
Vice Mayor, you're all set?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I felt like I kept interrupting you. I apologize.
That's all right.
I wanted to do two things. One, I wanted to answer your question that you just asked earlier, Vice Mayor, regarding the net profitability for a developer. I'm not a developer. I can't speak from the perspective of a developer, but I know math, right? And so let's do the math.
if you are already by right allowed to build 100 units, and you were going to build those 100 units regardless, but yet you come to the city and you say, oh, I see you have a program. You are going to allow me to build 25 additional units in addition to the 100 that I'm already allowed to build. And the city says, yes, developer, yes, we do. You can build 25 additional units, but of those 25 units, we will ask you to make about 12 of them affordable. That does not remove any, in my opinion, any profitability from this developer's pocket. If anything, it makes it more profitable for them because they're getting an additional 12, 13 units that they wouldn't have gotten before. But all we're simply asking is, hey, as we scratch your back, you scratch our back and give us 12 of these 25 units that we're allowing for you to build at an affordable rate for individuals who otherwise would not be able to afford the rents or the rates in your development. This is what our affordable housing, or attainable as we're renaming it, housing program does currently. Am I giving that example right, Lori, or anybody else? Just correct me if I'm wrong here on any of these facts.
Commissioner Romulus, in the pay in lieu of program, you are actually not providing any constructed affordable units. You are simply paying a fee for 12 or 13 of those units that would go into the housing fund, the city's housing fund. That program is a in lieu of building. So it actually, it doesn't, if they're building, they get to use those units for market rate rentals or sales. The only change would be a permit cost of 13 times either 36,000 or the 82,000, depending on the product that they're building.
So basically, in essence, let me correct myself even more now. So what you're saying is, with this program, really they're getting 25 units at market rate, but they just get to deduct about whatever our in lieu rate is now off of that total amount that they would have to pay in whatever fees, correct?
So yes, they do get all 125 as market rate. There's not even a deduction. It is purely a payment to the city in that amount. So if you look at the pay in lieu of screen again, it says 10% of total units. So let's round that up to 13 units have to be paid at, let's use rental, at $32,000. So they get 100% market rate units, and they'll have to pay the city in order. It's essentially, I mean, I hate to put it this way, but you're essentially buying density, right? So yeah, you get all market rate units and you pay the city the 13 times 30, 32 or 36, whatever, I can't see that number, whatever that number is. There we go, 36. You pay that into the
Wait, Amanda, pause. So the 36 is what we're proposing. What is our current rate now, the in lieu of fee?
They have not changed. These are still the existing numbers.
So it's remaining. So we're not even raising our current in lieu of, it's going to remain the same.
Yes, but let me clarify. So the fee is remaining the same. The percent is actually lowered. So we reduced the payment in this scheme to make it more enticing. So previously, and it's not an apples to apples, but let's say if this was the previous scheme, the payments would have been for 15% of total units. And in this scheme, it's only 10% of total units. So now you would be paying 13 times the 36,000. In the other scheme, you would be paying, the 18 times the 36,000.
So we're making it even more attractive for developers and taking more away from us. We're taking more away from the city and our residents and giving even more of a benefit to the developers, correct?
So the benefits have stayed.
Okay, so I mean, I just did the quick math here, and with what we're currently offering, if we're going to do 12 units in lieu of times this $36,000, the approximate math is about $440,000. So a little shy of $500,000 is what a developer would have to stroke a check to pay to the city for these in lieu of fees, where now instead of having 100 at market rate units that they would have developed, now get 125 market rate units.
That's exactly right.
So I mean, whew. Okay, so to back all this up, I'm really glad that Vice Mayor asked this question and kind of got my mind rolling even more, because I think the math now, just the numbers speak for themselves. Like there's nothing further to explain here, that there is a great deal that these developers have been receiving through this program. And though it was created to allow for more affordable housing to be made within the city, I think it's just another loophole to allow for developers to get even more units at market rate pricing, and then to just kind of stroke an easy check and kind of get away with it. So I have no objection, none whatsoever, to keeping this rate where it is. And again, I would even entertain the fact of possibly raising it, because now that we've done the math, I think it makes sense to all of us. We're not taking anything from the net bottom line or the net profit of any developer by asking them for a little shy of $500,000 to contribute to affordable housing in the city, when you are going to be creating market rate housing that will be here for decades on end, and you'll be making $500,000 hand over fist months, right? Months at a time, rather than years or decades, or however long it would take. So I wanted to make that point because I thought that was a very important point to make. So the second point that I wanted to make was that I'm willing to approve this ordinance, this revision of this ordinance as it is tonight, but I would give the directive and state it in motion if necessary for staff to do the necessary work to bring back before us a mandatory revision to this policy, so that we can look at that at a later time and approve that if that is the will of the commission at the time. But again, in order to keep this ball moving, I would want to, keep this as is. If anything, I would actually make a change to not change the percentage to decrease it, because now that I understand that doesn't make sense to me. I would keep the percentage as we have it now. I would not decrease it. That would be the only change I would make to this proposed revision. So if that makes sense, that's where I'm going to stop talking now.
Commissioner or Mayor, may make a comment?
Your turn, Vice Mayor.
Commissioner Romulus, given that this is a first read of let me double check. Yes, first read of an ordinance. I don't know if it makes sense to approve as is, and maybe it's better if we just wait for an updated. We'd be entering first read, and it'd be second read next meeting. I mean, I suppose that's fine, but it might be better if we just wait until staff comes back to us with the final ordinance with all of the changes.
Right. Well, I think what I'm saying is the change that I'm proposing tonight would be to not decrease. I know I'm probably not saying it right, but from what Amanda said, they're decreasing the percentage or whatever. I would say that I would not approve that decrease. I would keep it as is and approve that. And then in second reading, they could come back with the revisions as we've discussed to approve. So the discussion of making this mandatory, that would not happen between today and next meeting. That would be probably a couple months out from what Amanda has mentioned, that they would have to do research and things like that.
All right. So in the interest of time, let me just make my final comments. What I'm interested in is for staff to come back with a couple of things. Number one, a mandatory component, which numerous of us have spoken about. Number two, for staff to explore different numbers for these fees. And as you explore these various calculations, making sure that A, it is still profitable to the developer, because otherwise, why would they do it? But B, we maximize the amount of money that we can put aside into this housing trust fund. And so those are my two big requirements for staff to come back on those items. But we'll continue this conversation next meeting.
Okay, thank you. And so I'm not currently happy with the way it's proposed. It's a 25% all or nothing, where we could do 10%, 20%, 30%, 1 story, 2 story, 3 story, make it more in line with the equitability, because we're trying to have developers come here and build, because this is voluntary, this isn't necessarily required. And from what the commission is saying, it's they don't want to change the price. That's fine, but it's kind of like, let's say the developer wants 20% or density bonus or 10% density bonus, they're still stuck with the ability for the 25. And this also doesn't allow us to extend higher. Let's say the developer wants a more density bonus. We don't allow that. We'd have to rezone the property to a higher density, because Amanda, if I'm mistaken, we do allow up to 150 units per acre.
No, that's incorrect. So two things. Because the payment is in percentage.
No. My question
take
was
whatever density they need and pay on whatever their total units are. That's the only reason we didn't do a sliding scale like you're suggesting. And the maximum density in the city of Boynton currently permissible in our comp plan is 100 units an acre, and that is only within mixed-use high, mixed-use core zoning. So the highest density in the zoning is actually 80, and this 25% increase would bring it to 100.
Okay, so to get to the mixed use high, they need to have the density bonus to get to.
No, I mean, the zoning district allows for 80. That's what's permitted by right. It's 80 units an acre. There is a gap between zoning and land use that allows us to do things like bonuses. So if you are participating in this program, the land use will allow you to go up to 100, but not exceed that.
Okay, so the maximum land use is 100 units per acre, and there's no way for a developer to get more than that.
Currently, there is not.
Okay, and so if there's a developer in the mixed use medium that needs to get more land use, they need to change it to mixed use high. Is that correct?
I mean, in theory, yes. The only way to get above your allowed density is to change your land use.
And then it's kind of like mixed use high. We have that mixed use 4 district that's supposed to be that lower level than the mixed use high.
Right, and that's zoning. So there are 3 levels in your mixed uses for land uses, and each one of those has 2 zoning districts. So mixed use core allows 80, MU4 allows, I believe 60 units an acre.
All right, and I think that's something that we're missing, is that what is exactly the maximums that are currently here? It wasn't included in the presentation, so what is mixed use? Can we have that table for the next reading for what is the mixed use, suburban mixed use 1, 2, 3, 4, and core, so that, and the land use associated with them, so that we know exactly what densities are allowed for developers, so that we're not getting developers trying to get more dense properties in the mixed use medium land use.
Absolutely, I can provide that.
Okay.
Amanda, I would recommend that you provide sample calculations similar to what Commissioner Romulus did. I thought that was pretty helpful. If you assume
Okay,
100 units.
Presentations, it's always a balance between too much and too little information, but I can include a couple of examples of some of this math that might help it be more clear.
Thank you. With an issue as important as this, I think more information is good.
Mayor.
But that's just me.
Mayor.
Yes, Commissioner Romulus.
Another question for Amanda, just to address the tiered approach that you mentioned.
have we seen any developers express interest in this? Because I'm of the opinion that they would always probably just want to get the maximum number of units allowed. So has there been any interest expressed in, we would like a tiered approach?
Every single developer that I have spoken to in my career wanted the maximum. The only time it comes below that is if there is a physical restraint of the site that prohibits them from getting the maximum.
Right, that's what I assumed. I just wanted to confirm that.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to ask Amanda while she's out there and bring back examples like the Vice Mayor just stated, that she would take a look at what other cities are doing, if anything similar to what we are going to be taking a look at, just to get a feel for what others are doing.
Sure, I'd be happy to bring back some of that information too.
Thank you.
And so if there's no further comments, I'll open up to the public. If they have any comments in regards to this. I don't know if we have any hands raised. Seeing none. All right, may I have a motion?
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Yeah.
No one addressed my question, so I would like some clarity on that before we make a motion. Regarding, Amanda, please just clarify for me what we're decreasing. You said there's some percentage that we're decreasing, and I didn't like the sound of that, so I'd like to know whether that's something that's a necessary change or if we can leave that alone.
Okay, so in the pay in lieu of program, right now it is tiered between 15, 20, and 25% of the total units required for payment. It does significantly lower the fee in this version. And I can't remember off the top of my head. Oh, it was depending what you were building, right? So if you were building, I think affordable, you would be in one tier. If you were building workforce, you were in another tier, and so on. So I'm not sure that the way it's currently written is the best method. This is a little bit cleaner the way this is. However, it doesn't have to be 10 and 15%. You could request that this scheme be adopted with the base percentage being 15% of total units instead of 10. And then if you're using both, it could be 20% instead of the 15.
I'm still not sure if I understand that right, but I would lean more towards just making it a standard 15% of all units. Is that, am I properly understanding that by saying that?
Okay, so right now there's two options. You're either paying 10% of total units if you're only using the density bonus, or you're paying 15% of total units if you're using both density and height. So what I'm suggesting is instead of 10 and 15, you could recommend either 15 and 20. So you would do 15% of total units if you're doing density, and 20% if you are doing both density and height.
Whereas right now it's on a tiered of 15, 20, and 25, right?
Right.
Okay. So for my,
I apologize. I would also say, since there hasn't been an immediate use of this program, there also is the option, if the commission feels very strongly about a mandatory program, to table this and bring back the version that you guys want. That is an option too. Thinking that the construction program probably won't be used between now and then since it has never been used. And the pay in lieu of program right now brings in more money than this version.
Correct. So that's what I understood, that changing it to this current version will actually decrease what we have been currently receiving for our in lieu program. Correct?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
So
I
that's
think
the case, and
that
I will be voting against this. If that's the case, I would be voting against this completely. Otherwise, we need to revise it.
So Amanda, this is to make it easier for developers to build higher density projects by lowering the cost for affordable or workforce housing. Is that correct?
this is for people to participate in the program and pay the fee in order to fund our housing fund.
So my question was, is this reduce the costs according to our current workforce housing ordinance?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. So if the commission wants to make it easier for developers to build, then we would pass this as it currently states. If we want to maintain it, then we would not pass it. And we would look forward to having a mandatory program in the future.
Mayor, I think I'm sorry, I'm going a lot above and beyond on this. I apologize, but y'all know this is important to me. So why did we bring this forward? Was there a reason for why this change was brought forward, as it seems that this is more beneficial to developers than it is to our city or our residents? Why was this change brought forward, Amanda?
Sure, that's a great question. I think that the reason for this ordinance is to incentivize participation in the program. I don't think that at the last meeting when we had the workshop, we got clear direction for a mandatory program. So the only other option, if we weren't going in that direction, is to increase more incentives within this program for people to participate. So if we're not having mandatory and our program isn't working, how do we make it more desirable for a developer to participate in this program and start funding the city's housing fund? And then once the participation started, we could then look at raising fees, at a more robust program. But that was the thinking behind this. It was and those are really the options. It's either mandatory or you create a program that people want to participate in.
So correct me if I'm wrong, they are participating. They're just not participating in the construction, and they're participating in the pay in lieu of end.
So not necessarily. That's why this happened. So they are not participating in the construction. That is correct. The pay in lieu of, we've had people come in with approvals to participate in this, but none of those projects have made it through permitting and paid it. So in reality, this program has not been used.
What are the developments that applied for this and have not done it? Who are those people?
Ocean One, the villages at East Ocean. I believe the Town Square project was approved with the density bonus. There's interest, up and down the federal corridor that has been asking about it, but not approved yet. Just about every major project in the downtown that we've looked at that isn't up yet has wanted this density bonus, designed their drawings to include this density bonus, but have not constructed the project yet.
Okay, so that being said, those projects that you referenced, I don't necessarily, in my opinion, think that those are great examples of why this doesn't work. And I don't think we can base that logic off of why we need to make this ordinance, quote unquote, easier or more attractive for developers to take advantage of. it seems like they're using it anyway. They just have other mitigating reasons for why they haven't come out of the ground. So I don't think we have to fix this necessarily for that reason. So that being said, I again will not be in favor of changing this ordinance. I would rather just hold out and wait for when we get more information back in regards to the mandatory version of this. Thank you.
So do you want to table until we get more information and make any changes?
Mayor.
I wouldn't table this version of it. No, not at all. I would rather just either vote against it or let it die.
All right. And if we do vote against it, then I heard 18 months, we can't bring it up. So I'd rather not have a vote than to deny this. But Commissioner Katz?
Yeah, I would be in favor of tabling pending the delivery of the information and the variations that we discussed, or at least that there were consensus on. And I'll apologize to staff because I do recall when this discussion kind of first came up, I did not contribute at all to it, and I have a lot of opinions tonight. So I apologize for not contributing earlier, but I think that the goal of everybody here is to try to get this done right, so I don't hold it against staff. And I think there's a lot of direction that was given tonight, or at least a lot of consensus that seems to have been established to better inform staff so that they can come back with the information I think we need to decide how to move forward from the current one vis-a-vis the mandatory component for me. And then I'm not opposed to the idea of having scale density increases as an option, just because even if people come in for the max economically, it might be reasonable for one particular development or another to say they only want 10 or 15%, depending on the footprint of the property and if it raises it a story or just adds units. So I'm happy with the discussion tonight, and I hope it better informs staff so that they can bring something back that aligns with what was conveyed. But I'm in favor of tabling just so we can keep moving forward, even if we table this so that the existing ordinance can be brought back with some of the modifications that we described.
Mayor?
Yep.
What
Commissioner Hay.
what was the 18 months that you just mentioned? I'm also in favor of tabling this, but you just dropped a C there. What was that 18 months?
So it's something that I'll be happy to discuss a little bit more on the Knuth property, if you don't mind.
Okay. Okay.
And so we had, I think, a couple people or a couple of our commission that would be okay with tabling it as is to make changes later at a future meeting. I think that's kind of the easiest way. I'm in favor of the more of an equitable. I'm in favor of, getting something built, but I understand that if the commission wants to make it more difficult for developers to build here, because one of the things is that we're talking about projects that require parking garages, and the space for parking, in a parking garage is tens of thousands of dollars. So I understand where Commissioner Ramos says that she doesn't want to decrease the rates, and if anything to increase the rates. But for me, the Boynton Housing Trust, I don't think has $0 or zero land. So it's something that we can change. Well, at least I have another year to change it in case developers are overusing the payment in lieu of fee. But it's kind of like I'd rather have something on the books than nothing. So that's kind of where I'm in favor of making a more equitable scale of a 10, 20, or 30% density bonus. Because I believe the county can go up to 50% density bonus, if I'm not mistaken.
Not opposed to that, Mayor, either.
Okay. So
I don't mind it either. I just feel like based on past experience, I've noticed that more developers tend to just want to try to go for the max. But yeah, I'm fine with that.
So if I can get a motion to table, and I think it's better to do it in the second meeting in April or the first meeting in May. Lori, do you have a preference?
We will probably need some time, and I'm concerned with is that we could bring the options of what some mandatory programs we could look at. But again, the study and the funding of the study is going to end up in your next year's budget, most likely.
I think we
Or
can use the American Rescue Plan. So
that's maybe a possibility. I don't know that yet. But yes, we can come back early May with whatever we can pull together by then, and we'll know more on what a study would cost and what that'll entail and how we could pay for it.
yeah, if the federal government gave us money to pay for it, I think that's really important.
Okay.
So
Mayor, I'll offer,
yes.
yeah, I'll offer that motion, and also want to, take a moment to thank staff, even though I probably ripped apart their whole last couple of months to shreds. I apologize. But thank you for the work that continues to be done to improve our affordable housing availability in stock here in the city of Boynton Beach. This is important work, and as you all can tell, I'm pretty passionate about this. So yeah, I would ditto Commissioner Katz's comments that I know that this was attempted to be brought to us sooner, but I think scheduling conflicts didn't permit. But I think it's very important to continue to have these conversations. So with all that being said, I will offer that motion to table.
All right. So the Commissioner Romulus, it's tabled to May 4th.
We can, yes, table to May 4th.
All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. The item's tabled to May 4th, Star Wars Day. All right. Proposed ordinance number 21-005.
An ordinance of the city of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending ordinance 8938 by amending the future land use element of the comprehensive plan for property commonly known as Lawrence Road, 71st Avenue South, and described herein. Changing the land use designation from medium density residential to low density residential, providing for conflict severability and an effective date. Mayor, may I read 21006 at the same time, please?
I kind of sometimes skip it, so mind if we just do it one at a time, so that way I can make sure that we pass both ordinances.
No
So
problem.
May I have a motion to approve?
Move.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion from the city commission? Is there any discussion from the public or the virtual audience? Seeing none. May I have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Penserga,
Yes.
Commissioner Katz,
Yes.
Commissioner Hay,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramos,
Aye.
Mayor Grant.
Yes.
The vote is 5-0.
21006, an ordinance of the city of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending ordinance 02013 to rezone a parcel of land described herein and commonly referred to as Lawrence Road, 71st Avenue South, from PUD planned unit development to R1A single family residential, providing for conflict severability and an effective date.
May I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion from the commission? Any discussion from the audience? Any discussion or questions from the virtual attendees? Seeing none. All those in favor, I'm sorry, may I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Katz,
Yes.
Commissioner Hay,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramos,
Aye.
Mayor Grant,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Penserga.
Yes.
The vote is 5-0.
Ordinance 21009, an ordinance of the city of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending ordinance 8938 by amending the future land use element of the comprehensive plan for property commonly known as Ocean Palm Plaza and described herein, changing the land use designation from special high-density residential to local retail commercial, providing for conflict severability and an effective date.
May I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Is there any discussion from the commission? Any discussion from the audience or attendees? Hearing and seeing none. May I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Grant,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pensurga,
Yes.
Commissioner Katz,
Yes.
Commissioner Hay,
Aye.
Commissioner Romulus,
I apologize. Aye.
thank you. The vote is 5-0.
Thank you.
Ordinance 21010, an ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending Ordinance 02013 to rezone a parcel of land described herein and commonly referred to as Ocean Palm Plaza from IPUD infill planned unit development to C3 community commercial, providing for conflict severability and an effective date.
May I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Is there any discussion or comments from the commission? Is there any discussion or comments from the audience or virtual audience? Seeing none, may I have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Pensurga,
Yes.
Commissioner Katz,
Yes.
Commissioner Hay,
Aye.
Commissioner Romulus,
Aye.
Mayor Grant,
Yes.
the vote's 5-0.
All right. Thank you. And I believe now we are moving on to the city manager's report. Police Chief Gregory will give a follow-up presentation addressing public safety during large gatherings and protests.
Good evening, Commissioner, Mayor, City Manager. Thank you again for the opportunity to address you on this topic. This will be our second conversation. As you recall, the last we spoke about policing protests. We're specifically referring to the activities occurring on Southwest 23rd Avenue. And then large gatherings had to do with activity going on at Sarah Sims Park and the tragic on Christmas Day, the Christmas Day shooting. So as this is a follow-up, I'd like to just revisit with you of some of the ideas and recommendations that we're coming back with as a result of that first conversation regarding the challenges that we've seen at these locations. Next slide, please. So regarding the protest situation on Southwest 23rd Avenue, we've been in contact with County Traffic Engineering, and at this time they're not inclined to make any improvements to the roadway or the guardrails related to the condition that they're currently in. However, in conversations and participation with the city engineering department, they have gone forward and agreed to make those changes on the city's behalf. So we're looking at enhanced no parking markings on the roadway itself in the area that the protesters currently stand, which has the stripings. In addition, we're looking at installing no parking signs, which both of the first two have been completed already. They are in place today. And lastly, we're looking at installing traffic delineators, and you're probably familiar seeing those little white poles along some of the highways. They also mark off the express lanes on I-95 Turnpike. We're looking at implementing traffic delineators also in that area that has the white striping on either side of the roadway. They're being ordered. They haven't arrived yet, but when they do, that will be the next step with enhanced safety measures being implemented on the roadway. Next slide, please. Here's just some imagery to show you what it looks like. Here's one of the signs. It says no parking at any time, and we are on, and that image is taken on the bridge, on the overpass. And off far in the distance, you'll see a little white speck in the trees. That's another one of the signs, and they are, okay, I didn't measure it out, but they're spaced all along the roadway on both sides of the street, across that overpass. Next slide, please. Here's what the marking on the roadway itself looks like. That is also spaced the entire length of the roadway. So no matter where you stop to park, you'll see either a sign or you'll see these markings on the roadway. Next slide. On both sides of the roadway, so that's the opposite side. So these are a few of the measures that we've been able to take, put into place. Again, we're waiting on the delineators to arrive for their installation, but those are the physical aspect of improved safety improvements we're looking for that section of the roadway. Next slide. Regarding the police department activity, ever since January, during the election period activities, we've increased our visibility in that area, either with drive-by extra patrols and or, depending on the crowd size, we actually had stationed officers there. We plan on continuing that as long as protesters remain in the area. We've also been providing education to those who don't know the rules, don't know what they should be able to do. So we certainly want to educate them as the first measure before we take enforcement actions, and we have been doing that. And then, of course, now that we've got the signs installed and the roadway no parking markings painted on there, we'll be able to start enforcing the no parking prohibitions in that area. So we will be taking that step. Earlier this evening, there was some reports coming in that folks had started to parking up there. But again, we had officers responding out, and the roadway was clear. And as of about an hour and a half ago, the last protesters have already cleared the area. So they are all gone from the overpass at this time. We'll continue to monitor for compliance with parking ordinances, as well as with state statutes requirements for ensuring that the roadway is clear and that there's no one breaking the law, either city ordinance or state law, with regard to those things. So those are the current measures that have been taken with regard to the physical improvements, and then of course the steps that and action steps that are going on within the police department to try to increase and ensure enhanced safety over the overpass. I think that's the last one on this topic. Next slide. Yes. Any questions or comments regarding the first portion on the protests?
Yes. Yeah, as I mentioned, I was driving my bike. I was on the road, and I want to thank your guidance to have the officers there and the city manager have the no parking. It makes a huge difference when driving or traveling on that road, not having the vehicles as part on the bridge. It made sure that none of the people protesting were in the road. They were all on the sidewalk, which they're allowed to do. And so the only question that I have regarding the delineators is that I thought those were emergency lanes in case, you know, somebody was, let's say an accident happened on the bridge, that the fire ambulance would be able to get around. So I just want to make sure that we have the ability to put those delineators up, and that that won't affect emergency services to Bethesda.
Agreed, understand, and we'll work with traffic engineering. I haven't seen the final plan as to how they plan on spacing them out when they install them, but we'll certainly be cognizant of trying to leave some space there. Just for a point of clarification, we were under the impression it was an emergency lane or a safety zone as well. The county has informed us that it is not. Right. It's not a safety zone, and nor more an emergency lane. It's actually a full lane of traffic that they had designed the bridge with when it was created, and they've striped it out so it would not be used as a lane of traffic until such point in the future they believe that an additional lane is required. So it's an actual lane of traffic that is not intended for use at this time, but not technically or legally a safety zone.
Okay, thank you for that. I always thought, you know, so because it's white striped instead of yellow striped is kind of the difference.
Possibly. Yep.
All right.
We'll save that for the traffic engineering guy.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any other comment on that one? Okay, So the next section has to do with the large gatherings. Again, we're talking about the Sarah Sims Park and some recommendations that we've come up with to try to enhance visibility and the likelihood that people feel comfortable and feel safe, because I think that's a big part of the challenge as well. Often when we're talking about increasing safety, is that something could very well technically be safe, but folks may, on the other hand, just not feel that way or comfortable. So, as you know, when we redesigned Sarah Sims, we implemented some measures such as the blue phone, the blue light emergency call boxes on those blue poles to help increase that feeling of safety, as well as practically there's a element there that can allow you to call for assistance if you're the victim of a crime. So we want to try to find some other methods that can do those dual purpose, create that sense of presence and safety, as well as practically being able to assist us with deterring any inappropriate activities during large gatherings. Next slide, please. So to that end, we're looking at these enhanced safety recommendations for the park, increase visibility of public safety staff. And I think one of the best economical ways that we can do that and create a sense of community and not a sense of over security is by looking at increasing our regular patrol zones. So we've already implemented that with our patrol officers. That will be in particular the ones that are assigned to the zone that the park is in, having increased visits to the park and or stopping by when they need to do certain activities that are appropriate, that they can stay in the park and do that. The next two recommendations are to assign our safety ambassadors, I'm calling them, to patrol Sarah Sims Park. And while they're out there, they can also assist with increasing that visibility, safety visibility along Martin Luther King Boulevard. This will be the same as we're currently using downtown in the City Hall vicinity, with the PSC security company providing the ambassadors around our downtown area, the yellow shirts on bicycles and on patrol in the lobby, but putting them out at the park, particularly on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday evenings, allowing them to be visible and present and being able to be mobile by, they'll have some sort of a ATV and or other type of small electric vehicle or something that we can accommodate, that they can move back and forth in a timely fashion, cover the territory of the park, and get up and down MLK periodically during the period of time that they be working. We think there's a great benefit to that, obviously from the visibility perspective, that it doesn't create the impression the park is over-policed with police officers just stationed in the park like it's a substation, but it gives that officer-friendly, sociable image of the park and a professional image of the park, as well as those folks having direct communications with the police department in the event they do see something or someone is non-compliant with their request for following park rules or city ordinances. They can contact us directly, and we can have that zone officer or whoever's available and closest respond back over there to address those problems. The second component there, the second dollar sign item, is to assign contracted camera monitoring specialists for the time being into our real-time crime center. The same company, PSC, that we have contracts with currently, offer this type of a service. It's similar to the security guard, that they would be trained in sitting and monitoring cameras at our real-time crime center on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday as well, to augment what the safety patrol folks are doing. Benefit there is creating a bit of a force multiplier for us. So while the PSC ambassadors are moving down MLK or back and forth, there's also an overwatch situation there where someone's watching the cameras, monitoring activity, anything that's suspicious. Someone at the other end of MLK, then they can report that to the PSC folks. They can go down there and check it out, vice versa. If they're on MLK and something looks weird at the park, they can direct them to come back there or to specific locations. And they can do that with the officers as well, because they'll be in contact with us via radio. So those are the three items that are the recommendations. Next slide, please. And this just talks about once we get those folks into the real-time crime center, not only could they monitor Sarah Sims Park, but the virtue of having the real estate on our wall, we can monitor multiple park locations or areas that we have cameras. Currently, we have them at Centennial Park there at the amphitheater, as well as at the downtown playgrounds where the K-pop tree is, and on the other side, near to the other side, on the other side, the cultural center. So virtue of having that staff contracted to sit in the crime center, they can actually be looking at all three locations. Sarah Sims, as well as the K-pop Park, as well as the Centennial Park. So you kind of get three for the price of one by approaching it from this perspective. Obviously, I put dollar signs on those earlier bullets because there is a price tag associated with these. Next slide. And we've laid it out here. The park safety ambassador staffing from roughly April to September to get us through the rest of the fiscal year would be approximately $16,000 to cover the evening hours on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 3 days a week. There are a couple of days that have some premium pricing, particularly 4th of July and Memorial Day, where there's holidays. So the contract calls for premium pay on those days. So it's a little bit of a higher pay on that, on just on those. I think there's 3 or 4 higher premium days in the entire period. So that's not that bad at all. And then the real-time crime center camera specialist staffing from April to September, again, the end of the fiscal year, takes us to $14,000 for a total of $30,000 in these contract services, additional contract services. We already have the contract with them for City Hall. We would just be adding this to our existing, our pool of hours available to enhance that visibility and the overwatch capability that we have in the real-time crime center for this program to enhance that. So that's the last slide here. Any comments or feedback on these recommendations for the park safety?
Vice Mayor, would you like to begin?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Chief, thank you for the presentation. So the whole reason for having this conversation was because of the events that happened during Christmas and the burgeoning crowd and managing crowd size. You know, I understand how all of this would increase the security theater. I think that's the technical term. I could be wrong. But how does this actually help with crowd size? Is the idea here that these safety ambassadors would be early? I actually don't know. I mean, is it so they can call in when the crowd is getting too big? Is that the intention?
Absolutely, that is a portion of the element there. So for one, having their presence there would hopefully discourage those folks who may want to gather even in small crowds for illicit purposes. So that's the first piece. So even before a crowd gets to be overly sized, having that extra on-scene, on-site, and venue presence should discourage folks from bringing drugs, open containers or of alcohol and the like, because the conduct wouldn't be allowed. And while it's still just a small group, they would intervene. If they got non-compliance, they would notify us, we'd respond, and we'd address it from that perspective while it was still small, because there's a constant presence there on that Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Again, there is no, since it's the park and the park hours are till 10 p.m. when the lights go off, we can't say there's 100 people and no more. We can't say there's 500 people and no more. It's a rather large park. So it's not cut and dry with a limit. And I'm not talking about planned events, but I'm just talking about random impromptu gatherings that right. No one's been told about in advance.
Right. That was the problem.
It just happened organically. Exactly. Just like you said, what happened on Christmas Day. There wasn't a planned event. There was no permit requested. There were no activities for folks that were procured and contracted for in the park. People just came to hang out on a holiday. That's all that it was. And there's nothing that's really available to us to prevent people from just hanging out in a public park during park hours on holidays. But what we can do is better monitor them, create that visibility, and that image of safety that someone's watching for inappropriate conduct and that they will address it if it occurs, will be a discouragement for folks who want to go down that path. Secondly, it'll be our early warning system is really what I'm looking at these folks to be, that when they start to see the character of the crowd changing, which after being there weekend after weekend after weekend, they'll get accustomed to knowing what does the average weekend look like, what is the average character of the folks that attend the event appear to be. And then they'll be able to give us that early warning that, hey, this crowd is getting much bigger than normally. You might want to have some folks come over here or check this out or report it into the real-time crime center and give us, again, that early warning system of something's out of the norm so we can intervene if need be before it gets to be there's 100 cars in the street and 1,000 people in the park.
So I like all of that, and I think you phrased it pretty well as an early warning system. That's a very good thing. What kind of equipment are these safety ambassadors carrying? Do they have a body camera? I assume they have a radio at minimum. And relatedly, what are they able and not able to do? For example, let's just say there was a fight. I mean, are they allowed to intervene, or maybe they see people drinking when they shouldn't be drinking in the park? What can they do here in these situations?
Yes, so we'll be able to provide them with the park rules, which will address, as well as the normal statutory things like open container, open alcohol, obviously drugs. If there's gambling or something like that taking place, again, ideally, their constant presence there would discourage someone from going there in the first place and setting up camp. But in the event someone was so bold, they would be authorized to go over and have a conversation with them to remind those folks of what the rules are and do education. They are not going to be enforcing any laws. They're not going to be making any arrests. They should not necessarily have to go hands on anyone unless it's to save someone's life or to protect someone who's in danger. They would report what they saw as inappropriate or violation of our ordinances or laws or park rules to us, the police department, and then we'd have an officer go there and address it because the folks were non-compliant with the ambassadors.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, Commissioner Hay.
Yeah, just a general question on your camera specialist. You know, just an observation to sit and watch a camera for 8 hours is a bit long. Are they going to be doing anything else, or are you going to rotate them out, or how have you considered that, or is that just my thinking? That's a long time to sit.
It is, and in the contract, it does spell out that they're allowed to get
just watch a TV screen.
Yeah, they can take 15-minute breaks, and I forget how many are required per for the number of hours they work. But there are, and obviously they have a lunch break and they have restroom breaks that occur. So they won't be there constantly. They'll have that break opportunity, but the alternative would be to bring in 2 of them and double that price to allow them to rotate in and out. So right now, at least to start off with, I think it would be okay to have one, allow that person to take some breaks, allow them to rest their eyes and move around. But again, they kind of know what they sign up for with this type of a role.
Okay, all right.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
So I thank you for bringing these options available. You know, this is a lot more manageable than hiring more additional sworn officers to do this. So I feel the partnering with the PSC is the right way moving forward. And I'm assuming, Lori, this is already in the budget. We don't need to amend it to pay for this additional 30,000.
No, it's not in the budget, but I think through attrited and vacancies in our salary accounts, we'll be able to utilize some of that funding without any trouble to dedicate toward this.
Okay, so
budget
so if there's ever a need to take any more money out of reserves or something that we need to have more park safety ambassadors or a second camera specialist, I'm in favor for that as well. Because I feel that this is extremely important. And you mentioned the different places the real-time crime center has cameras, but I want to make sure that businesses that are on intersections have that ability to join the program to help make a safer Boynton Beach. And do we have that program initiated so that businesses can join the real-time crime center?
We are on the verge of that. We're not up and running just yet, but our staff has gone through the training on the software. Again, that's referred to as the Command Central Aware program for Motorola. And it has a dedicated website associated with it that allow businesses or residents to do one of two things. First, they'll be able to sign up as a registry so that they can notify us on that website that they have a Ring doorbell or some sort of security camera at their business, and that if something happens in the vicinity, they'd be willing to share that information with us via a thumb drive or a DVD or however they can get it off of their system. And so it's a registry that we know that the camera is in the area, and if there's something happens, our officers can look at the registry and go and speak to those property owners or business owners. The second element to that website that will be standing up here in the next, hopefully by the summer, is the ability of actually allowing them to provide IP addresses and the like, and if their system is compatible, we can tap right into it after an event occurs and see real time what's going on at that location, whether it's a business or 7-Eleven like we talked about in the past. That's where that program would kick right in through the same website and integrate their cameras on board with us.
All right, excellent. And so, I remember touring the police station before it was fully filled up, and so please let me know when I can tour the real-time crime center and see the police station in action.
Absolutely, we'll do.
All right.
Mayor?
Yes, Commissioner Hay.
Just a couple other questions for Chief Gregory. One, Chief, is Saracen, will that be the only park that will have these safety ambassadors? And then what are some of the qualifications? What are you looking for these positions? Can you kind of shed a little light? Because I know I'm going to get asked, hey, I want to apply for that. So just in general, what are you looking for?
Absolutely. So at this time, because of the concerns we've had at Sarah Sims, this is the only park that we'll be implementing this program with for now. Hopefully we won't need to at other parks because this is really an enhanced safety program. But it'll be a thing that we can do if we see the problem developing someplace else. There is a plan for a layered physical security plan at the other parks, such as Hester, Intercoastal Park, Harvey Oyer, and others, to implement cameras, blue light emergency call boxes or poles, as well as license plate readers, just like we have at Sarah Sims at other parks in the city. And they'll be rolled out as part of the CIP program and CIP projects when we touch those parks for improvements. With regard to the staffing, these will not be full-time employees or even part-time employees of the city. They will not work for us. These services are being provided directly under a contract that we have with a private business that provides these PSC security services, that provides these security guards as well as the camera specialists. So there are no new positions, and if anyone's interested in that type of work, though, they can check out PSC and see if they have vacancies or they have any hiring that's going on.
Thanks, Chief.
My pleasure. Thank you for the question.
Anyone else from the commission? If not, thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you.
And moving forward with unfinished business, JKM Developers has provided their monthly update on the Town Square project. See attached.
Mayor.
Yes, Commissioner Katz.
I have a question or two for staff, and also I got some feelings about this letter that I'll express. First and foremost, the references to negotiations between city and workforce housing and for Lori or whoever on staff. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there was never any direction or any negotiations regarding that. I know that was an idea that JKM had put forth, but there had never been any consensus on the commission to engage in negotiations, you know, pursuant to workforce housing and TIF and things of that nature. Am I wrong in saying that the characterization that there were negotiations over this might not be accurate?
Mayor, I'm happy to respond. In terms of staff has not negotiated. No, you did not provide direction for staff to do that. The commission has not. We have had 2 exploratory meetings as professional courtesy with 2 different developers that were reached out to, I think, by JKM. Had initial introductory meetings and basically said, bring us something if you guys want to work on something and come up with some alternatives, which the commission did ask for. Please do, and we look forward to receiving it. And so that's the extent of. We've had 1 meeting with each firm and have left it at that.
Okay, and then I won't even address all the attempts to characterize COVID or the litigation as reasons for the lack of financing, because the financing fell apart or didn't exist years prior to COVID and years prior to the necessary litigation. But the third item on there, central parcel, there's a reference to redesigned plans and administrative amendments. And I just wanted to make sure that nothing, at least this is my opinion, that nothing relative to any redesign of any site plan would ever be approved on administrative amendment, given the gravity of the situation involving Town Square and the failure to build these projects. So is that fair to say that any characterization as administrative amendments to site plans is never going to happen? That stuff must come before this commission, or at least that's my opinion.
Jim, I don't know if you want to weigh in on that, but my understanding would be that any changes that are made to that master plan would be of great interest to the commission, and we would bring that to you first.
I'm in complete agreement with that statement. We would expect to return anything that indicates a change in what was previously approved, including the timing of it, to the commission for a review before approvals would be made.
Okay.
So,
thank you all.
thank you. So I want to be clear. So you're saying that we have the ability as the commission to approve or not approve minor site plan amendments?
Mayor, these go more to the issue of the development agreement and changes to the those documents or the exhibits attached there too. I wouldn't want to break it down to major or minor. If it has the effect of modifying what the commission approved, the commission will have to approve changes to it.
No, okay. So I was asking, I know that sometimes after a site plan is approved, there's minor modifications to that, and that it does not come in front of the commission. But you feel that because any modification to the site plan is a change to the purchase and sale agreement, we have the ability to approve or not approve them?
Well, it's going to be fact dependent and detail dependent. So as the submittals for modification move forward and staff is reviewing them, they will also be reviewing them with the city attorney's office, and what is appropriate to move forward to you will move forward to you. If there's something insignificant, it may not come to you, but we'll take that on a issue by issue basis as those plans that are being submitted are reviewed.
All right, and I feel with Commissioner Katz saying that there's no such thing as something insignificant, whether it's administrative, minor, or major. So if there is something that is trying to be amended, if you could let the commission know about that, as we are in the pending litigation.
Will do.
Thank you. All right. There's no further comments. Moving on to new business item A, discussion regarding Knuth Road to be put back on the agenda for April 6th. So I'm in favor of that. If everyone on the commission is as well, I'll request a motion.
So moved.
Okay.
All right. And I believe it's ordinance number 21-007 and 008, or proposed ordinance to be put back as what the Knuth Road is. And so I'll ask the commission if there's any further discussion. Seeing none. Anyone from the audience? Seeing none. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Moving on to legal, proposed resolution number 21-031, approve a fifth amendment to the professional services agreement between the City of Boynton Beach and American Traffic Solutions, doing business as Vera Mobility for the red light traffic enforcement system.
Good evening, Commissioner, Mayors, City Manager. Before you is a resolution for renewal of or extension to the contract for red light camera services with Vera Mobility for another 5-year term. One or two of the highlights of this renewal or extension include a reduction in our monthly costs. Currently, we pay approximately $4,250 per camera. That's being reduced in this particular proposal to $3,850 with a net $400 increased savings to the city. As you recall, the cost of the program is neutral to the city, as the revenue from the program pays for these fees. So that'll be a net gain to the city of that extra monthly cost for each of the cameras that we have in the system. You may recall that under the prior renewal, there was a discussion and agreement to implement license plate readers into the program. And a vendor has been working with a subcontractor to try to accomplish that during this period. That hasn't been highly successful, and I believe the contractor and the police department are in agreement that we should probably excise those services out of this agreement. There was no extra cost to the city for that license plate reader program that was being included into the red light camera program. So there is no cost to us for that. However, it'd be a cost for us to try to start up our own program. That's some of the rationale that played into that cost reductions that we see here. So the revenue, the additional revenue of the $400 per month will allow the police department to seek a separate license plate reader service outside of the red light camera program, which we believe will be much more beneficial to the city at this time. All the other services remain the same. We don't have any additional intersections or cameras being added to the program. The cameras that we have had, we do have some that are quite old. So included in this agreement is also language that allowed the vendor to upgrade all of our cameras to HD quality. We have some now that are HD, but not all. So this allows for that inclusion to all of our cameras being HD, which has benefits, obviously, for recording the evidence of crashes and criminal activity that may have occurred at incidents, as well as the quality of the base service, the quality of the citations and video for folks who are involved in getting a red light camera notice of violation. They have better quality images to work with once we move to HD for all of our intersection cameras. So those are just the highlights of some of the elements, the key elements in this renewal that are incentives for us to renew a little early with the vendor. And we support this. Entertain any questions you may have.
Yeah, I remember a few years ago we had a packed house for this issue, and now it seems to be part of the city. And I remember in 2017 when the cameras went dark, how crime increased in the city, and then we got you, police chief, and then somehow crime went down. So in 2018. So I understand that these cameras are making our city safer. And with my knowledge of what has happened last year with COVID, more people are walking, more people are riding their bikes. And even though less people have been driving, there have been more fatalities because drivers have not been following the rules of the road. And you know, some people say they don't like it. However, red means stop, green means go, and yellow proceed with caution. So I'm in favor of this, as this is what we as a city commission can do to make sure that our pedestrians are safer, our bicyclists are safer, and that people are stopping on a red light.
Yes, thank you very much.
Mayor, could I just make this comment? Having drafted the ordinance, drafting the ordinance did not change my driving habits, but getting a red light camera ticket at 23rd Street did. So I'm glad you're continuing the program.
Thank you. Yes.
Mayor,
Yeah.
just some questions in general for Chief. The cameras that we're using, that American Traffic Solution is using, are they not HD? Are they HD or not?
Some of them are, but not all of them. So with this agreement, that'll allow the vendor to upgrade all of our cameras to be HD.
Okay, and is it out of the goodness of their heart that we getting a $400 saving on each camera, or that was in the contract, or what's the deal there?
I do believe it was out of the goodness of their heart and business acumen, as they have realized that we do need to, it would be in the best interest of the city to stand up a separate license plate reader system away from the red light camera system, to segregate those two programs, and that additional revenue will help us fund that separate license plate reader system.
And talking with other city officials that I know, they love our system. They just can't get their commissioners to agree to the program. But I think it has affected my driving habit, Jim. I do caution when I come to an intersection now, where I used to just fly through. Well, not fly through. I don't want to paint the wrong picture, but it has had an effect on some of the people that I've talked with. So that's a good thing.
Just
Very
to that
good,
point,
Chief. Thank you.
My pleasure. Just to that point, I can also back that up with some statistics that Vero has provided us, and that is that 84% of drivers only receive one violation. So that 84% of the folks do learn from those notices and from this program and improve their driving habits. Only 12% receive a second citation out of the program. So there is a learning element that is effective here.
Wow. Jim is probably in that 12%.
And so I will need a motion.
So moved.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? And Yuri, I had to reset my power, so I can't have I don't know if someone's raising their hand or not.
I do not see any hands raised at the moment, Mayor Grant.
Thank you. All right. We have a first and a second. All those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Commissioner Ramos, was that an aye or a nay?
Nay.
Thank you. The motion passes 4-1.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Happened to you guys too. It used to happen to just me.
All right. Proposed ordinance 21-004, may I have a motion to remove from the table?
So move.
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Jim, first reading 21-004.
An ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 26 Water, Sewer, and City Utilities, Article 3 entitled Water Shortage Plan is hereby renamed Water Shortage Plan and Year-Round Landscaping Irrigation Conservation Measures, creating a new section 2646 entitled Year-Round Landscape Irrigation Conservation Measures, providing for conflict severability, codification, and an effective date.
Yuri, can you unmute Joe Paternity, please? And bring up his presentation, if you would like the presentation, Mayor.
Yeah, yes, I'd like the presentation.
Well, thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This is Joe Paternity. While the presentation is being uploaded, thank you for allowing staff to bring this ordinance back for your review. We have updated the ordinance since we last discussed this at the February 16th Commission meeting. This version is similar to what the City of Boca Raton has approved, and it closely matches the feedback we received from the Commission. Next slide, please, Yuri. I'd like to start out with a little background. As you know, in December, staff received a request from the Water Management District encourage us to implement a year-round irrigation to promote water conservation. As you heard earlier tonight, the ordinance is based on the Water Management District's Chapter 40E24. Next slide, please. The district provided a listing of local governments that have adopted the ordinance, which is shown on the table on the left. The table on the right shows those that are in process of adoption. Next slide. Now, this ordinance applies to all users of water for irrigation, regardless of source. The use of reclaimed water for irrigation can be used any day between the hours of 5 p.m. and 8 a.m. Golf courses and dedicated athletic areas utilizing reclaimed water for irrigation are exempt from the day and time constraints of this ordinance. The city's water shortage ordinance, when in effect, supersedes this ordinance. Next slide, please. The ordinance prohibits use of water other than reclaim for irrigating lawns, landscape areas, golf courses on Fridays, and from daytime hours between the hours of 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. Saturday through Thursday. Next slide, please. The ordinance restricts the use of water for irrigation to 3 days a week between the hours of 5 p.m. and 8 a.m. Properties with odd number street addresses may irrigate on Monday, Wednesdays, and Saturdays, while even addresses may irrigate on Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday. Irrigation is limited to a maximum of 4 hours a week for properties less than 5 acres in size. Next slide, please. The ordinance allows exemptions for establishing new landscape. These landscape areas can be irrigated prior to planting and one time after planting without regard to days or time restrictions. Irrigation can continue each day, except Friday, after planting for a period of 30 days. From the 30-day period to 90-day period, new planting landscape areas can be irrigated 4 days a week. Throughout the 90-day period, the irrigation is only to take place on the newly planted areas between the hours of 5 p.m. and 8 a.m. Next slide, please. Water use for irrigation system maintenance and repairs activities is allowed during restricted times, provided that there is an attendant on site and water use does not exceed 10 minutes per irrigation zone. Irrigation used as required by manufacturer by law or best management practice for applying fertilizer or other landscape treatment chemicals may be accomplished with a one-time application during days and times allowed by this ordinance, unless a professional licensed applicator has posted a temporary sign containing the date of application and the date and period needed for watering. Next slide. An important exemption is that watering plant materials is allowed anytime and any day by utilizing the low volume hand watering or micro irrigation, or utilizing rain harvesting water like rain barrels, cisterns, and the like. The ordinance states that the city will honor any variance granted by the Water Management District, provided proper documentation is provided and a copy of the variance notice is posted on the property. Next slide, please. Now, this ordinance includes an enforcement element. It states that the city police will diligently enforce the provisions of this ordinance. It also allows the city manager to delegate enforcement authority to another department within the city. Next slide, please. Now, currently, the ordinance outlines penalties for violation. It allows one written warning prior to issuing a fine. The fine for the first violation after the warning is not to exceed $50. The second notice of violation will come with a fine of not to exceed $150. And the third violation fine will have a value not to exceed $250. Now, I heard earlier that this probably will be changed to provide a lot more input to education and public information. So we're going to probably have to update that. Next slide, please. Additionally, the ordinance, as it currently reads, establishes that each day is a separate violation and fine. It also allows the city to pursue any lawful action to enforce provisions of this ordinance. Next slide. Mayor, that concludes my presentation.
Thank
And
you.
Mayor, may I add, we may want to, as Joe mentioned about the education, and as we talked about not wanting to come out with a heavy hammer, and Jim, I don't know if this is a way to do it, is to delay the effective date of actually putting the enforcement of the ordinance in place and allow us to do, I think, literally a minimum of 3 months to probably, I think, a 6-month education campaign, that this ordinance is coming, the city is going to be doing this, and blast it out, continue to do it, and all the different ways we do that to really saturate our community with that message before we go out and then start actually fining people. I think, but once the ordinance is effective, we're bound by it. So do we maybe delay the effective date if the commission would like to do that and allow us to focus on education for a while?
The comments that I have is, one is that similar to with the red light cameras, when those got implemented, we had the notice that of violation. And so what is the current time period for the notice of violation?
Are you talking proposed? Are you talking this proposed ordinance?
Yes.
It allows for one written warning prior to the fines. So if we go out, we give them a written warning, say, look, this is what we're expecting you to do for irrigation. And then the next time you do it, it may constitute a fine.
Okay.
And we could use the Water Management District flyers. Remember, Robert had mentioned they have door hangers. Hi, you're include that as well. You're irrigating on the wrong day. And then give the notice, the warning.
So we're not prohibited just for giving 2 warnings, though. And I think that's kind of my concern, is that let's make sure we give 2 warnings to the residents so that, hey, if they do it once, they understand it. But, let's say something breaks in the irrigation and it happens twice, that they're not immediately fined. Because what we heard from South Florida Water Management District today, that this is more education, not enforcement.
Right.
So I think a 2 warning system where, the third strike you're out, I think is more of a, where, you pay a fine rather than just on the second violation. In addition, the only thing that I'll have is that the time is, instead of 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., similar to what the South Florida Water Management District had, was 10 to 4, move it to 9 to 4, so that it's still more not in the morning sun, especially in the summer or winter months.
Okay.
And so I do believe that would be amending the
Mhm.
ordinance. And so do we need a motion to amend the ordinance?
You do, yes. And if you want to respond to Lori's suggestion, the change would be in section 8, the ordinance shall become effective, and then we would put in a date, whatever you think, 3 months out, 6 months out. We will be coming into the rainy season, so, probably that little bit of additional time won't hurt anybody because their lawn's going to be getting watered for free, hopefully. And then we could add a new section 9 that says the city administration is directed to implement an educational campaign to inform the public of the provisions of this ordinance.
I'm okay with the 30-day effective date, whereas the whole point of the Wyland Foundation's Water Challenge is to encourage people to have the water safety, and so we'll give basically the month of April, because we can't approve the ordinance tonight. It has to be approved on April 6th. So it's kind of like we will spend the whole month of April and the beginning part of May informing people of, Earth Day and everything that is important regarding sustainability and resiliency for our natural environment. And then starting in middle of May, we will go with the 2 warning system, 2 warning times, and then on the 3rd, a fine will be issued. But I'll ask the commission how they feel.
Well, Mayor, from my perspective, I agree with what you're saying, except I think the 30 days is not enough time to get our public educated about this new system. I would say something more like 3 months.
And I understand, and that's why it currently says that for the first violation, they have a $50 fine. It's changing it to the first 2 violations has a written warning. So it's almost in the sense is that beginning in middle of May, we are informing people of the 2 warnings rather than waiting 90 days to issue the warnings.
It's not a biggie with me. I'll go with the majority.
Yep. And then I saw in the original one that dog parks were not included. I want to make sure that our dog park is included so that it can be watered as needed. Joe, is that correct? Dog parks are exempt?
Currently, they are not. I think unless you classify them as an athletic play area.
So I'd categorize them as an athletic play area, but I'd also like to have that language specifically for dog parks, because I would hate to see the grass get killed and die, get killed and then can't grow back in enough time because it's not raining enough.
That's a good point. Yeah.
I'm a little confused. Why would dog parks be exempt?
Similar to athletic fields.
Help me out.
So similar to athletic fields, the grass gets used quite a bit, and it's kind of on the as needed basis where, if it needs to be watered 4 or 5 times a week, it has that capability. I don't know if you're familiar. So we originally only had 2 pens for the dogs, and that did not work because the grass could not grow back fast enough. And so as the grass is growing back in certain areas, we want to make sure that it is getting enough water.
So you're telling me now that we do have a problem with the dog parks and the grass?
I'm going to let Commissioner Katz speak to that item if you'd like to.
Yeah, so, and thank you, Mayor. Basically, if you don't water it every day because of the usage, it'll die, and then you'll have to replace the sod. So if you treat it like an athletic field that needs to be watered on a daily basis to maintain the quality, the mayor's saying it's similar to an athletic field, and I agree.
Okay. Okay, we'll add that.
And so I think the amendments that I would want to make is to have the hours of no irrigation from 9 to 4, have required the 2 warning systems so that the city has the records that that there was 2 warnings, not just 1 warning before a fine is issued, and that dog parks are included as an exempt location. And so if the commission's in agreement, I'll take a motion to amend as stated.
Mayor,
Yes.
just to clarify, did you have an effective date? Sorry.
I know that the city manager asked for 90
90
days. I'm not going to argue, but I'd be in favor of doing it after 30. So I'll ask the commission what is their will.
I would prefer my motion to be for 90 days.
Okay. So we'll have the effective date in 90 days. And those are the 4 changes.
I'll second that. And I do have one request from staff. If you guys could just make a 1-page summary of this so I can also help distribute that out to the residents. I'd greatly appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll request resources from the district as well.
Yeah, and I'm glad we'll have this out before the Earth Day event, and that we can really start promoting this as soon as it's done after second reading. So Jim, are you clear with the amendments?
Yes, and when you see the ordinance next time, you'll be able to see all those changes, distinguishing it from the current version of the ordinance.
All right, thank you.
Mayor.
Yes.
And I would simply add that 1-pager that we're creating to inform our residents that would be in multiple languages.
Good point.
Thank you.
And so Tammy, do we have a motion and second as amended?
Yes.
I don't know who, yeah, I think we do. I don't know who made the second though.
Yeah.
It was Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
And so is there anyone in the audience or virtually that would like to make a comment? Seeing none, may I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Grant,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pansarga,
Yes.
Commissioner Katz,
Yes.
Commissioner Hay,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramos.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0.
Thank you. And our last is resolution number 21-032, extending ordinance 20-030 to continue provisions. Is that correct? Yeah. Continue provisions for public meeting by use of communication media technology during the COVID-19 public health emergency. It's weird that we're a year. So I'm in favor of what the current Attorney General says, is that you're supposed to have live meetings. However, a quorum is required, but people who do not have a reason to not attend can state that they have a reason that they're not attending. But I'll hear from the board or the commission.
Yeah.
Yes.
My position is that we should extend it. We're still not there. We still have some of our citizens and commissioners that are very vulnerable, and even though they might have had the shots, I would extend it, but go along with the majority, provided that people like myself would still have access virtually. Then I would have no problem. But I would not want to come at this time inside the chamber.
And yeah, and I understand that completely. You know, the fact is that we have 4 members under 40 on the commission, and so it's still a while that they may get the vaccine. However, you know, we got teachers, and so hopefully people will have their vaccine, and the commission will start coming in here.
Got my vaccine.
Good job. And so that's kind of where, you know, I'd like to see at least a live quorum. But I agree with you that I do not want to stop the virtual meeting aspect, even when all 5 of us are here. So I'll take a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
And do we
Mayor,
have a second? Yep.
Mayor, with respect to that motion, there is a section 3 that says the commission hereby extends virtual meetings until, and then I've left a blank for the commission to determine how much further you want to extend it, knowing that you could always come back and amend it another time, or simply repeal it.
I mean, so we could technically say until 2022.
You could pick that date, yes.
All right. So, Vice Mayor, you made the motion, so why don't you pick the date?
Well, that's kind of hard for me to decide on the basis of what exactly it's to be determined. I was going to recommend going, you know, 2 months by 2 months.
I think the quarterly basis that we've been going for, so towards the end of June, and that way, hopefully, we can have our budget hearings live.
Right. So motion to approve extending the virtual meetings until June 31st, 2021.
There is no date. June 30th.
30th, 2021.
All right. Do I have a second?
I'll second that with a question to Jim. Did I understand you to say, Jim, that at the end of June 30th, we could still address this again?
Yes, sir. The enacting ordinance itself gave you the ability to continue this virtual process from time to time at your discretion. And when you go through the whereas clauses, they have changed since the last time. There's now a reference of the fact that there's some uncertainty about when citizens and staff will be able to get their vaccinations. And obviously that's a changing scenario. So I think the suggested June date is good. And at that point, if vaccination hasn't gone the way we hope it goes, you could extend it a bit further as well.
Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to extend our emergency ordinance for virtual meetings. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed, state so by saying nay. Nay. And Commissioner Katz and Romulus, are you in the affirmative?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we got a motion 4-1.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess the new item for future agenda, or not future agenda, for next meeting is any updates on the American Rescue Plan that staff has get in the next few weeks. And then I'll speak to the commission. You know, when we figure out how you want to spend it, it's interesting that, you know, it's $7.5 million. That's technically $1.5 million for the commission, you know, per commission. So, you know, think about your district, how you would like to spend that money in your district, because, you know, this is something that you can specifically put, you know, as you heard with Congresswoman Frankel, there's now earmarks in the federal government just for her district. So I'm not saying that we each spend 1.5 million in the district and then for me as the city, but there's a lot of programs that this allows us to do that we would never have money for. For example, the big thing for me is getting the funding for the feasibility study for the arena at the Boynton Beach Mall. So,
Mayor,
yeah.
completely understand. I do look forward to hearing more about this program. And like I said, I'll be attending those webinars. And so I'm more than happy to report back what I find out.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Yuri, or do you mind providing us with the closing?
Mayor.
Yes, Mayor Grant. I will go ahead and read it out now.
Commissioner?
So Commissioner Ramos, you have a final comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up one last comment. This would be for a future agenda. It would simply be to revisit the ordinance that we discussed earlier. I don't know if I feel like I might have had a brain fog during that moment, but it was the ordinance regarding the selection of the chair and vice chairs for our advisory boards. And I'd like to bring back that ordinance back up and have staff perhaps provide some clarification on how we could proceed forward. So did we discuss that at all? I'm sorry, I feel like I missed that discussion.
So it's set for April 20th, the appoint chairs and vice chairs for city advisory boards. Do you want to have the city bring back that ordinance at that time?
Yes.
Okay, so that's just directions to staff.
That's it. Thank you.
Yeah. And then Commissioner Hay, I forgot to mention regarding the 18-month, after speaking with the interim assistant city manager, Andrew Mack, he said that if a motion to deny an ordinance is enacted, then it takes 18 months before that ordinance can be enacted.
Motion to deny?
So to clarify,
Yeah.
it's asking regarding to a land use and rezoning. So if there's an application before you for that and it's denied, then you would have to wait 18 months. But that would not apply to the ordinance that you're in.
So, failing for
workforce housing, if you had denied that one, that could have came back. But it's the land use and rezoning.
So yeah, so the fact is, okay. So I understand. Thanks, Andrew. So that's what I meant for the 18 months if it's denied. It was only for land use and zoning, not necessarily for workforce housing. Thank you for that clarification.
On that point, to clarify, for anything else outside of land use and other discussions like that, it would simply just be the majority someone would have to bring it back up for discussion, correct?
Correct. You would have to be a reconsideration on the.
You would
Yes.
have to be on the prevailing side.
Yes.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Mayor?
Yes.
A brief question for Commissioner Romulus. Commissioner, you mentioned the ordinance for the selection of our advisory board chairs and vice chair. Perhaps I missed it. What was that about? What was the issue?
Yes, my request was simply that I heard that there were some concerns about the selection of those individuals in the different boards, especially the boards that maybe are not as I don't want to use the word I can't think of the word to use, but
Active?
yeah, more of our
High profile. She means like high profile, like P&D and historic preservation.
All right.
Preservation, whatever. So those boards, I would say, I would be more apt to want to pick a chair and vice chair, whereas other boards, such as the library or senior advisory board, that it may not necessarily be as decisive to have to make those decisions. So those could be probably left to either the board members or staff liaisons and stuff like that to delegate that. That's simply what I wanted to bring up as we talk about that topic.
I see. All right. Understood. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
That conversation I'm interested to have. So absolutely.
All right. So Yuri, I think we're ready now.
Yes.
Okay. As a reminder, a recorded version of this session will be posted to the City of Boynton Beach's YouTube channel. Links to that channel are available on the City of Boynton Beach's website at boynton-beach.org. This concludes today's meeting. On behalf of Mayor Grant and all of our elected officials, the city manager, and city staff, thank you for attending today's City of Boynton Beach Commission meeting. Be safe and have a great night.
Have a good night, everybody.
Good night.
Night, everybody.
Night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.